Stepping outside in a dim lit haze, cigarette sparks like a firefly's blaze. I'll be back soon, don't you worry, my friend. 3 cats away where the laughs never end. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drive. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back very soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drive. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. Ash falls gently like a snowflake's glide. Time stretches thin in the cool outside. The cats are calling, I can hear their mews. Back to the warmth where joy renews. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. Stepping outside in the dim lit haze, cigarette sparks like a firefly's blaze. I'll be back soon, don't you worry, my friend. 3 cats away where the laughs never end. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drag. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drag. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. Ash falls gently like a snowflake's glide. Time stretches thin in the cool outside. The cats are calling, I can hear their mews. Back to the warmth where joy renews. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon.
So, John here.
Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune.
Oh, John here, grad freshman. And this may be a little choppy, and I do apologize, but we'll see. We'll do our best. So, yeah. Today I want to play my 3-cat adventure playlist. Kind of give you guys an idea. Here I am using my mouse, like you're actually going to be able to see it. Kind of give an idea of what was going through my mind when I was writing those, why I wrote it like that, just kind of background while we're explaining it. While we're waiting for some people to come in, I figure this is a great opportunity to talk about it. And if you're watching on the replay, thank you very much. There might be some, there's going to be some ads. But yeah. So the first few were just basically experiments. I had an idea of making an adventure. And yeah, I chose probably my favorite animal, which is cats. So I suppose we'll get right into talking about the first one. The first, like I said, it was just an experiment. See if I can do it. See if it would be somewhat enjoyable for myself first. I, at this point, wasn't thinking about other people. So, yeah. So, this is the first one. I probably should have set this up a little bit better, but I think I got it going. It's a little slow. Very quiet. Oops. Yeah. Could be a little choppy. Could be choppy. I want to get this big screen, but if I can't, I can't. Just be a little patient. Here we go. I think this will work. I'm hoping so, at least. Never tried this on this internet, so. Yeah, I don't think it's going to let me do it on full screen. I think after we get the first video going, it'll start working a little bit better. Maybe if I have it going, video going, then just experiment a little bit. It's the first video nobody's really here, so. Yeah, it looks like whenever I put it on large screen, it's going to freeze it. So. Yeah, it looks like whenever I put it on. Just see what I can do to make it better. I should have tested it, but that's my bad. Yeah, I think it's on big screen. It's just playing around with it right now, so. Yeah, this is how I'm going to have to do it.
Followed the scent of cheese. One mouse was white as milk, another was brown as a nut, the last was grey like a pebble. They scurried about, unaware of the three pairs of feline eyes.
Here we go.
Jerry couldn't noses twitching as they followed.
How about you start it?
One mouse was white as milk, another was brown as a nut, the last was grey like a pebble.
I didn't realize I needed my
Scurried
mic
about,
on.
unaware of the three pairs of feline eyes watching them. Jerry couldn't resist. The night was his playground, and the thrill of the hunt was too enticing to ignore.
This is the time for myself now, right?
The rushing waters of Niagara Falls. The sound of the falls was like a lullaby to him, soothing, constant. He was a sleek black cat with fur as dark as the night sky. His eyes gleamed like tiny emeralds, always alert and curious. Larry, the fluffy orange cat, preferred to nap in sunny spots. He would stretch out luxuriously, basking in the warmth of the sun. Tourists, their laughter and chatter were like music to his ears. He often imagined the stories they told. Then there was Terry, a graceful grey cat who loved to explore the misty paths around the hall. The mist felt like a cool, gentle caress in his fur. These three cats were the best of friends. They spent their days together, sharing adventures and secrets. One day, the cats were playing hide and seek near the falls. The sound of the water made the game even more exciting. Gently in the barrel, he could barely contain his excitement as he waited to be found. Larry crouched behind a colourful ice cream cart. The sweet scent of the treats made his hiding spot even more delightful. Terry cleverly disguised himself amongst the rocks. His grey fur blended perfectly with his surroundings. They meowed and purred, enjoying their game. Their playful antics brought joy to everyone who saw them. Little did they know, a grand adventure was about to begin. The day held promises of new discoveries and thrilling escapades. A sweet smell of cheese wafted through the air. It tickled Jerry's nose and woke him from his hiding spot. He followed the smell, his whiskers twitching. Larry and Terry, equally curious, followed their friend. The aroma led them to a group of three little mice. These were no ordinary mice.
Give me a moment.
Blind, their tiny pink noses twitching as they followed the scent of cheese.
Just give me a moment. I think I messed up on one setting, and that is where it's making it so hard. This, in my mind, is the best time to make little mistakes. I honestly don't know what's going on right now. I'm not actually getting any volume. Test. I thought I had this going. Yeah, 18 minutes into it, and I haven't really got it going properly yet. So please forgive me. If you can't hear me, let me know, please. Or if it's what it is. So, man. All right, give me a moment, okay?
Stepping outside in a dim lit haze, cigarette sparks like a firefly's blaze. I'll be back soon, don't you worry, my friend. Three cats away where the laughs never end. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drive. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. Three cats in a world. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light.
Okay. Let's see. Are we working now? Here we go. Okay, I think we might have it going on now. Now let's try to share the screen so I can play videos. Whew. It's only taken me half hour to try to get this figured out. That's okay.
Jerry lived in a cozy basket, nestled comfortably in a corner of a quaint little house. His favourite spot was by the window where he could watch the world go by, near the rushing waters of Niagara Falls. The sound of the falls was like a lullaby to him, soothing and constant. He was a sleek black cat with fur as dark as the night sky. His eyes gleamed like tiny emeralds, always alert and curious. Larry, a fluffy sun friends. He loved to watch the tourists. Their laughter and chatter were like music to his ears. He often imagined the stories they told. Then a graceful grey cat loved to explore the misty paths around the pool. The mist felt like a cool, gentle caress. These three cats were the best of friends. They spent their days together sharing adventures and secrets. One day, the cats were playing hide and seek near the falls. The sound of the water made the game even more exciting. Jerry hid in a barrel. He could barely contain his excitement as he waited for the barrel. Larry crouched behind a colourful ice cream cone. The sweet scent of the trees made his hiding spot even more delightful. Terry cleverly disguised himself amongst the rocks. His grey fur blended perfectly with his surroundings. And now, enjoying their game, their playful antics brought joy to everyone who saw them. Grand adventure was about to begin. The day held promises of new discoveries and thrilling escapades. A sweet smell of cheese wafted through the air. It tickled Jerry's nose and woke him from his hiding spot. He followed the smell, his whiskers twitching. Larry and Terry, equally curious, followed their friend. The aroma led them to a group of three little mice. These were no ordinary mice. They were blind, their tiny pink noses twitching as they followed the scent of cheese. One mouse was white as milk, another was brown as a nut, the last was grey like a pebble. They scurried about, unaware of the three pairs of feline eyes watching. Jerry couldn't resist. The night was his playground, and the thrill of the hunt was too enticing to ignore. He crouched low to the ground, his muscles tensed and ready for action. Every fibre of his being was focused on the prey ahead, his tail swishing back and forth, a silent metronome keeping time with his heartbeat. The anticipation was palpable. He was ready to pounce. His eyes locked onto the target, every muscle coiled like a spring. Larry and Terry, understanding their friend's intentions, got ready too. They knew the drill. Teamwork was essential in their nightly escapade. They tiptoed closer, their soft paws making no sound. Grass barely rustled. Suddenly, Mice, their noses no longer filled with cheesy scent, became confused. They sniffed the air, trying to make sense of the sudden change. They scurried this way and that, bumping into each other. The once orderly group was now a chaotic mess. The cats, caught off guard by the mice's sudden confusion, paused their chase, their well-laid plans disrupted in an instant. They watched the three blind mice, their heads tilted. It was a curious sight, one that demanded their full attention. A low meow escaped Jerry's lips, a sound full of curiosity. What had started as a hunt had turned into a puzzle. Section 4. Friendship in Fools. The mice, startled by the meow, froze. They huddled together, their tiny hearts pounding. Larry, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently nudged a piece of cheese towards the mice. The white mouse, the bravest of the three, cautiously crept forward and sniffed the cheese. He took a tiny nibble, his nose wiggling in delight. He squeaked in delight, calling his brothers to join him. Jerry, Larry, and Terry watched, their tails swishing gently. From that day forward, Jerry, Larry, and Terry became the unlikeliest of friends with the mice. Section 5. A bond forged in mist. Every day, Jerry, Larry, Terry, and the mice met. The misty air was filled with the sound of rushing water and the soft chatter of these unlikely friends. They gathered at the break of dawn. The first rays of sunlight kissed the cascading waters, creating a magical atmosphere. They shared cheese and catnip, their laughter echoing through the mist. The simple act of sharing a meal became a cherished ritual, a moment of peace, joy, amidst natural splendor. The bond between them grew stronger with each passing day. Jerry, Larry, and Terry, their keen eyesight, became the mice's guides. They navigated the rocky terrain, led the way through the dense mist, ensuring their smaller friends were safe. The mice trusted the cats completely, knowing they would always be there to protect them. They led them on adventures describing the beauty of the cascading water and the rainbows dancing in the spray. Each adventure was a new discovery, a new story to tell. The falls were a playground, a place where their imaginations could run wild. The mice, their heightened senses of smell and hearing, alerted Jerry, Larry, and Terry to hidden treasures and dangers. They found hidden nooks and crannies, places where the most beautiful stones and rare plants were. The mice's sharp senses were invaluable, making every exploration safe and exciting. They became family, their bond forged in the mist and magic of Niagara Falls, proving that even the most different creatures can find friendship in the most unexpected places. The falls were not just a meeting place, full of their unity, a testament to the power of friendship and trust.
Okay, so hi full of polls. Hopefully everything's still going okay. So welcome. I'm hoping that it doesn't feel overly choppy. I'm not sure if it's my phone or what, but this is just kind of a preview anyway, and I don't want to give perfect when you watch it in actual. And get this off while I'm talking. It is just previews, and yeah, it's fine. I really like it. So autoplay was off, but I think I fixed it. Just be a little bit more patient with my computer, and I think I got it a little bit better. So this is the second episode. Three cats go to Africa. So I decided, why not send them to Africa, right? Why not? So I decided danger. They just went against some mice. So, yeah, why not go against something else? And this would be lions. Hi, Sensei. So, yeah, this will be three cats go wild in Africa. My second one I did. They do get better as they go along. I'm still experimenting on them. Get my headphones back on. Now, my internet is slow and it's going to hurt. So, I'm actually at the point where I'm not even sure if I can do this now.
Yeah.
They do look a lot better and smoother when you just watch them.
Harry, the black cat, was
Here we
slim
go.
and sly. He had a coat as dark as midnight and eyes that gleamed with curiosity. Jerry loved to prowl around, always on the lookout for an adventure. His friends often marveled at his agility and quick thinking. Larry, the orange cat, was fluffy and friendly. His fur was like a warm sunset. He had a bird soup. Larry was the heart, always ready to lend a comforting paw or share a plate of lunch. His gentle nature made him a favorite. Terry, the grey cat, was small but brave. Despite his size, he had the heart of the barn. His sleek silver fur shimmered in the sunlight. His eyes sparkled. Terry never backed down from a challenge and was always ready to defend his way. One day they found themselves half run away. They were in Africa. The sun was hot. The grass was tall. The vast savannah stretched out before them, a sea of golden waves under the blazing sun. The air was filled with the scent of wild flowers, the distant calls of exotic animals. Strange birds, songs, melodies were unlike any earth accidental. The sea, bird, vibrant feathers, laughing. Everything was new. Cats' whiskers twitched. Excitement.
Okay. This is kind of embarrassing.
They had never been so far from home, and the
That's
unfamiliar
fine. Yeah.
sounds made their hearts race. With their curiosity, his strong tail twitching, his voice was barely audible over the rustling grass and the distant call of the wild. I don't know, but it's exciting. His eyes were wide with wonder, his fur bristled with anticipation. The thrill of the unknown was a powerful. Jerry, ever the brave one, puffed out his chest. Let's explore. His voice was filled with confidence, and his stance was bold. The adventure of a lifetime awaited him, and Jerry was ready to lead the way. As they padded through the tall grass, the world around them seemed to come alive. rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, and the distant calls of birds created a symphony of nature. Suddenly, they heard a low rumble. It was a sound that sent shivers down their spines, making them pause and look around cautiously. A group of large golden creatures lay napping under the shade of the location. Their majestic forms were both awe-inspiring, glinted in the dappled sunlight. The sight was enough to make everyone think twice about approaching. Lions! Back, eyes wide with fear. Jerry, however, was not afraid. With a confident stride, he walked towards the lions and called out, "Hello!" There was a moment of silence as they assessed a large male lion, showing off his impressive teeth. His yawn seemed to echo through the savannah. Cats bounded towards them. Its playful energy was a stark contrast to the imposing presence of the animal. It nudged a ball with its paw, inviting the cats to join in its game. The tension in the air began to dissipate as the cub's innocence bridged the gap between the two species. The ball rolled towards Jerry. He swatted it with his paw. Back and forth they batted the ball, the lion cub and the little black cat. Larry and Terry, their initial fear forgotten, watched in amazement. Soon, even the big lions were watching the game, their tails twitching with amusement. One by one, the other cubs joined in, tumbling and playing with the cats. They chased the ball at each other, filling the air with happy growls and purrs. Lions and tigers and cats, oh my, in the heart of the African savannah, a majestic lion roared, its powerful voice echoing through the vast landscape. The king of the jungle, with its golden mane and fierce eyes, commanded respect and awe from all who witnessed its presence. Meanwhile, in a more familiar setting, domestic cats frolicked grass, their playful antics bringing joy to anyone who watched. These cats, once timid and cautious, had found their courage and were no longer scared. They chased each other, pounced on imaginary prey, and basked in the warmth of the sun. The lions, despite their size, were gentle. They lounged together, a pride united by bonds of family and friendship. Their interactions were tender, with nuzzles and gentle pawing, showing a side of these big cats that many rarely see. It was a reminder that even the mightiest creatures have a soft side. They played until the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The beauty of the sunset over the savannah was a sight to behold, with the silhouettes of wildlife adding to the picturesque scene. It was a perfect end to a day filled with adventure and camaraderie. Larry, nestled between two fluffy cubs, let out a big yawn. The cubs, with their playful energy, had worn him out, but despite his tiredness, Larry felt a sense of belonging and happiness. He had found a new family in the wild, one that accepted him for who he was. "I've never had so much fun," he purred. The contentment in his voice was evident, and his purring was a testament to the joy he felt. It was a day he would always remember, filled with new experiences and friendships. Terry, who was perched on the back of a lioness twice his size, nodded in agreement. The lioness, with her gentle demeanor, had become a trusted friend. Terry felt safe and protected, knowing that he was in good company. Even Jerry, who usually preferred to be alone, was purring contentedly. The solitude he once sought was replaced by the warmth of companionship. It was a day that brought them all closer, bridging the gap between the wild and the domestic and creating memories that would last a lifetime. Friends in high places. As the stars twinkled above them, the cats snuggled up with their new friends. They had traveled far and faced their fears. They learned that sometimes the most unexpected friendships can be the best. And so under the vast African sky, three little cats found a home away from home with the kings and queens of the savannah.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure I have things going the way I want to. Wish I could have a another channel going so I can see what's going on, make sure it's all running properly, but I can't because this is taking up a little bit too much speed that I wanted to. Um, Even the act of pausing my videos seems to be a little bit much. But you know what? I'm not professional. I'm not going to pretend to be professional. So, before I say much more, hi Zach. Glad you can make it. No problem being in and out. You're really not missing much right now. So, this is going to be Three Cats in Egypt, or Take Over Egypt. So, what I was thinking during this one is simply cats, Egypt makes sense, right? So, yeah. I'm still working on little things on this live. So hopefully when we get into the newer stuff, a little bit more exciting stuff in my mind. This is me experimenting. This is me trying to figure out even if I want to keep on doing this. So yeah. Hopefully while we get into the better stuff, it will be working a lot better. So I'm going to mute because stop the camera because it takes up a little bit of internet, and press play on took over Egypt.
Three cool cats. Meet Jerry, Larry, and Terry. These three cats are not just any ordinary felines. They have a special bond and a unique story to tell. Jerry is a black cat. He is brave. He likes to lead. Jerry has always been the adventurous type, often found exploring the nooks and crannies of ancient ruins. His courage knows no bounds, and he is always the first to step into the unknown. Larry is an orange cat. He is strong. He is very silly. Larry's strength is unmatched, and he loves to show off his playful side. Whether he's chasing after a fluttering leaf or pouncing on a shadow, Larry brings joy and laughter to the group. Terry is a gray cat. He is smart. He gets scared easily. Terry's intelligence is his greatest asset. He can solve puzzles and find hidden paths that others might miss. However, his cautious nature means he often relies on Jerry and Larry for reassurance. These three cats are best friends. They share a bond that is unbreakable, always looking out for one another. Their friendship is built on trust, love, and countless shared adventures. They are going on an adventure. Together, they will explore the mysteries of Egypt, uncovering secrets and making memories that will last a lifetime. Join Jerry, Larry, and Terry as they embark on this incredible journey through the land of the pharaohs. The cats go to Egypt. They see lots of sand. So much sand. They see big pyramids. Wow. They see the Sphinx. It has a cat head. Look, a giant cat. Egypt is full of surprises. Jerry, a curious and adventurous cat, roams the ancient streets of Egypt. One day he stumbles upon a young boy playing near the Sphinx. The boy, with a full of kindness and a gentle touch, immediately bonds with Jerry. I will call you John. Together, they explore the wonders of Egypt, from the towering pyramids to the bustling bazaars. Meanwhile, Larry, another adventurous cat, finds a girl by the Nile River. The girl, with her infectious laughter and playful spirit, quickly becomes Larry's best friend. I choose you two. They spend their days playing near ancient ruins and exploring the vibrant markets. Terry, a more reserved cat, finds solace with a quiet man meditating in front of an Egyptian temple. The man, with his calm demeanor, provides Terry with a sense of peace and tranquility. You shall be Sydney. Together they enjoy the serene beauty of the pyramids and the vast desert landscape. Now, in this land of ancient wonders and timeless beauty, each cat has found their perfect human companion. Together, they create new memories and share countless adventures, proving that in every corner of the world,
There's a special bond between humans and their feline friends. The humans bow to the cats and give them treats. It's a daily ritual, almost like a sacred ceremony. The humans, with their reverent expressions, offer the finest delicacies to their feline overlords. It's a sight to behold, a testament to the bond between humans and their furry companions.
You are like gods. The admiration in their voices is unmistakable. They speak to the cats with a mix of awe and adoration, as if they are in the presence of divine beings. Every purr and meow is met with enthusiastic praise, reinforcing the cat's elevated status in the household.
The cats are confused. They don't quite understand the fuss. To them, it's just another day of being pampered and adored. Their puzzled expressions say it all. Why are these humans so obsessed with us?
Gods. The cats seem to question their newfound status. They tilt their heads and look at their human companions with curiosity. Are they really gods, or is this just another strange human behavior they need to tolerate?
John, Julie, and Sydney bow low to the cats, offering them plates of fish. It's a grand gesture, one that signifies their deep respect and love for their pets. The cats, in turn, accept the offerings with grace, as if they are royalty being served a feast.
We're just cats. The cats seem to collectively voice their thoughts. Despite the grand treatment, they see themselves as simple creatures, content with the basics of life. They meow in unison, as if to remind the humans that they are not gods, just beloved pets.
But the humans still think they are special. The bond between them is undeniable. The humans look at their cats with amazement, cherishing every moment spent with them. It's a relationship of mutual affection and respect, even if the cats don't fully grasp their elevated status. Being worshipped is kind of fun. The cats, despite their confusion, seem to enjoy the attention. They lounge in luxury, basking in the affection of their human companions. It's a life of comfort and care, one that they have grown accustomed to and perhaps even relish. The cats had a great time in Egypt. They saw amazing things. They learned that cats are special, even in Egypt.
Let's go home now.
And the three friends head back with their new humans.
Okay, so I'm going to try it this way. Any other way, I kind of felt a little rushed. So I'm going to try it this way. I think you can see what I'm trying to do. But I don't know. Let's just pretend like I know what I'm doing, okay? Nobody needs to see the intro over and over again anyway. So that I'm not worried about. So, the one coming up is Three Cats versus the Canadian Wilderness. So, first of all, we watched in the last one, the Egypt one. I immediately forgot that the cats had human companions. But as you can see coming up, I kind of went away from that. So, something that I have to work on, maybe when things calm down in the Three Cats world, I'll be able to come back to that. Anyway, I am a big fan of Alberta. I've never been there, never done anything with it. Most of my Alberta knowledge is through the Flames. So, and I've always loved the idea of the Stampede. So, what I'm going to try to do is get this pause, put on my little intermission, and go out for a smoke, and kind of regroup. We're almost an hour in, and here we go. Just give me a moment.
Meet Jerry, a sleek and
I'm just getting things worked out. That's sad. I started at the beginning, but I'm not overly worried. I'm just sending a link to my mom. It's just chaos right now. And that's okay. It's absolutely okay. That's what this channel's about. Wait. I had 5 likes, so it can't be that bad. So, like I said, I'm going to take a 5-second break. I will restart this one, but like I said, this exact video is just me exploring Calgary Stampede, the fact that I like the Flames. So, like I said, I will be taking a 5-second break, 5-minute break, and because that's what I have to do. Hopefully. Come on. Patience. There we go. That's working.
Stepping outside in the dim lit haze, cigarette sparks like a firefly's blaze. I'll be back soon, don't you worry, my friend. 3 cats away where the laughs never end. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drive. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back very soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drive. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. Ash falls gently like a snowflake's glide. Time stretches thin in the cool outside. The cats are calling, I can hear their mews. Back to the warmth where joy renews. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. Stepping outside in the dim lit haze, cigarette sparks like a firefly's blaze. I'll be back soon, don't you worry, my friend. 3 cats away where the laughs never end. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drag. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a drag. The world slows down as my thoughts unpack. 3 cats in a world of their own delight. We'll laugh till dawn, till the morning light. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. Ash falls gently like a snowflake's glide. Time stretches thin in the cool outside. The cats are calling, I can hear their mews. Back to the warmth where joy renews. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. Stepping outside in the dim lit haze, cigarette sparks like a firefly's blaze. I'll be back soon, don't you worry, my friend. 3 cats away where the laughs never end. Puff and a pause, the night hums its tune. Under the stars, I'll be back real soon. Adventures of felines, their antics on screen. Life's simple joy in moments unseen. The wind whispers tales as I take a
That's right. I'm having fun. That's all that matters. So I'm also learning that this is a kind of live that I would probably have to go over to your place, Mom, which you just pop in and I will welcome, obviously. And internet's being very slow, being very picky. But back to the thing, back to the video, which I did explain, but feels like hours ago. It's just me exploring Calgary and the Calgary Stampede, really. So let me start the video at the beginning. And hopefully it works. Forgot to put my camera off. Camera off is important. And patience. I said patience.
Meet Jerry, a sleek and mysterious black cat. He loves to explore the outdoors and is always on the lookout for new adventures. Zoom, watch him go. Jerry is incredibly fast, darting through the grass like a shadow. He likes to be the leader, always at the front, guiding his friends on their escapades. Then there's Larry, an orange cat with a sunny disposition. His bright fur matches his cheerful personality. Muscles. Larry is the strong one of the group, with powerful muscles that make him the protector. But sometimes, Larry can be a bit clueless, often looking puzzled at the simplest things. And finally, we have Terry, a gray cat with a love for books. He's the brains of the trio, always reading and learning new things. However, Terry is also quite timid, easily frightened by the unknown. Despite their differences, these three cats are the best of friends, always sticking together. They love to embark on adventures, exploring new places, and discovering hidden treasures. And of course, they share a common love for tuna, their favorite treat. After a long day of fun, there's nothing they enjoy more than a good nap in the sun. One sunny afternoon, Jerry had a brilliant idea. "Let's go to Calgary!" he exclaimed. Larry scratched his head in confusion. "Calgary? What's that?" he asked. Terry gulped nervously. "I hope it's not scary," Terry whispered, his eyes wide with fear.
Made commercial. Interesting. You're not expecting that. Commercials, commercials, commercials. Wow.
"Calgary is in Canada," said Jerry. "They have mountains and cowboys." Larry's eyes widened. "Cowboys? With hats?" Terry shivered. "Mountains? What if they are too high?" Terry found a backpack. They climbed inside. A nice lady picked up the backpack. She was going to Calgary. The cats were on their way. The plane ride was noisy. Larry slept through it all. Terry hid under a sweater. Jerry looked out the window. He saw fluffy clouds. He was excited. Calgary was amazing. Snow-capped mountains touched the sky. People wore fun hats.
Oh crap. That should have sworn.
And the air was cold. "Brr!" shivered Terry. "Let's find some hot cocoa." "First hockey," declared Jerry. They found a giant arena. Inside, the Calgary Flames were playing. The crowd was loud and excited. The puck flew across the ice. Sticks clacked. Players crashed into the boards. "Wow!" shouted Larry. "This is more fun than chasing yarn." The Flames scored. The crowd went wild. Even Terry forgot to be scared. He cheered with Jerry and Larry. Hockey was awesome. After the game, the cats explored. They found a saloon. Cowboys in big hats drank something bubbly. "Howdy, fellas," boomed a cowboy. He saw the three cats. "Well, now, ain't you three a sight?" The cowboy offered them some milk. It was warm and sweet. "This is delicious," purred Jerry. "Much better than that stuff in the bowl at home." "You fellas ever played tag with a horse?" asked the cowboy. Larry's ears perked up. A horse? Can I ride it? Terry shook his head. Horses are big, and they have hooves. The cowboy took them to a farm. There were horses and cows. The cats had never seen such big animals before. Their eyes widened with curiosity and a bit of fear. The cowboy, noticing their hesitation, gave them a reassuring smile. "Okay, fellas," chuckled the cowboy. He had a twinkle in his eye, wondering what he had in mind. "Let's see if you can catch old Buttercup here," he said, pointing to a brown and white cow grazing peacefully. The cats were intrigued. Buttercup looked up, her big eyes blinking slowly. Cherry, the bravest of the three, zipped after Buttercup. He was determined to tag her. Buttercup, sensing the challenge, started to trot away, her tail swishing playfully. He was fast, but Buttercup was faster. She picked up speed, her hooves kicking up dust as she ran. Jerry pushed himself harder, but the gap between them only widened. Larry, seeing his brother struggle, decided to try a different tactic. He aimed for Buttercup's tail, hoping to grab it and slow her down. But Buttercup just mooed and ran away, her tail flicking out of Larry's reach. She seemed to be enjoying the game. Her movements light and playful. Terry, the most cautious of the trio, decided to sit this one out. He hid behind a haystack, peeking out occasionally, scared to play. Then something funny happened. But the cats froze, wondering what she would do next. The cats held their breath, unsure of what was coming. But soon he started to purr, enjoying the unexpected affection. "Ha! Looks like you're it, Larry," laughed the cowboy. The cats and the cowboy shared a hearty laugh, the farm echoing with their joy. It was a day they would never forget.
Another commercial? Really? Wow. Sorry about that. I mean, 397 views. I did not put one ad in this. I haven't hit 4K watch hours, so I don't know.
The cats were tired. After a long day filled with adventures, they were ready to rest their weary paws. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the land. Spots to curl up and relax. They had seen so much. They had watched hockey, their eyes wide with excitement. Players skated across the ice. They had met cowboys who tipped their hats and shared stories of the Wild West. The cats were fascinated by the cowboys' rugged charm and the tales of their adventures. They had even played tag with a cow. The cow was surprisingly agile, and the cats darted around it, their laughter echoing across the field. It was a day filled with unexpected friendships and joyous moments. But now, it was time to go home. The journey had been thrilling, but the comfort of home was calling. They walked towards the horizon, their hearts full of memories and their steps light with the promise of rest. They found the nice lady with the backpack. She had been waiting for them, her eyes lighting up with recognition as the cats approached. She knelt down, opening her arms to welcome them back. She was surprised to see them. "You three little adventurers," she exclaimed, her voice filled with warmth and affection. The cats purred in response, happy to be reunited with their friend. She opened the backpack for them. One by one, the cats climbed in, nestling into the soft fabric. It was their special spot, a place where they felt safe and loved. As the plane took off, the world below began to shrink. The cats felt a gentle rumble as the plane ascended into the sky. leaving behind the fields and the friends they had made. Jerry looked out the window. The view was mesmerizing, with the mountains and valleys turning into tiny specks. He felt a sense of wonder and a promise to return one day. He saw the mountains shrinking below. "We'll be back," he whispered, a soft promise to the land they had explored. Larry snored beside him, his dreams filled with the day's adventures. And Terry?
Okay, so there's about a minute left on that one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let a few of them run. It's just over an hour, and I've only gone past the fourth video. Here's what it is. So the one about Pittsburgh, I have to say one thing about, and besides the experiments and where am I going with these, which is the common theme of these. This one is actually inspired by Zach. Zach being in Pittsburgh, talking about Pittsburgh and zombies. So there's about a minute left in this Canadian wilderness. But the next one is about penguins and the cats. So yeah.
Harry, he was already fast asleep, dreaming of warm, friendly cows. The plane soared higher, carrying the three little adventurers back home, their hearts full of stories to tell.
Yeah, well,
The cat's adventure was over for now. They had stories to tell, they had memories to cherish, and they had a new appreciation for warm milk. Jerry still dreamed of leading his friends on more
I think
adventures.
we got going
Larry
to 2
couldn't
minutes
wait to tell everyone about the giant cow that lived in Harry, well, he was just happy to be home, safe and sound. But somewhere, in a corner of their minds, Calgary beckoned. They knew they would be back. After all, the mountains weren't going anywhere, and neither were the adventures.
Jerry the black cat was the bravest cat anyone knew.
If Jerry were a pirate, he would be Blackbeard.
Larry the orange cat was a big, strong cat.
He wasn't as smart as Jerry, but he was always ready for an adventure.
Oops.
Terry the Great Cat was the smallest.
He was very smart, but very, very afraid of almost everything.
One day, Jerry had a great idea.
Let's go to Pittsburgh, he announced.
Pittsburgh, asked Larry. Why Pittsburgh?
I hear they have the best fish there, Jerry said, his eyes sparkling.
The fish Larry was sold. Let's go.
Terry, of course, was worried. But what about the zombies? He squeaked.
Jerry just laughed. Zombies aren't real, Terry, he said. Come on, let's go.
The three cats packed their bags.
Jerry packed a map and a compass.
Larry packed a giant fish-shaped pillow.
Terry packed his favorite blanket and a book of ghost stories. He just knew this was going to be a spooky adventure.
They set off on their journey. They walked through fields of tall grass. They crossed rushing rivers on wobbly logs. They even hitched a ride on the back of a friendly milk truck.
Finally, after many days, they saw it. The Pittsburgh skyline rising up in the distance.
We made it, shouted Jerry.
Larry cheered, and even Terry cracked a tiny smile. The cats entered the city.
It was bigger than they had imagined, with tall buildings and busy streets.
Look, cried Larry, pointing with a giant paw. A fish market.
But before they could reach the market, they heard a strange sound, a moaning, groaning sound. And then they saw them.
Zombies! Just like in Terry's ghost stories. They were coming from every direction, their arms outstretched, moaning for something.
Run! Screamed Jerry, and they ran as fast as their little legs could carry them. The cats dodged and weaved through the city streets, the zombies hot on their tails. The city was a maze of alleys and obstacles, each turn a gamble between safety and capture. The night air was filled with the eerie moans of the undead, a constant reminder of the danger lurking just behind them. Jerry led the way, his tail twitching with fear and excitement. He had always been the bravest of the group, but even he felt the weight of the situation pressing down on it. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified in the silence of the night.
Jerry, are we sure this is the right way? The uncertainty in their voices mirrored the chaos around them. The city, once familiar, now felt like an alien landscape.
Larry ran beside him, his big body bumping into things. He was not built for speed, but his loyalty to Jerry kept him going. Each collision was a painful reminder of his size, but he pushed through, determined to stay with his friends. Poor Terry brought up the rear, convinced this was the end. His mind raced with thoughts of escape, but his body was on the verge of giving up. The fear in his eyes was palpable, a stark contrast to the determination of his companions.
Oh no, this is it, we're done for. Terry's voice trembled, echoing the dread that had settled over the group. The relentless pursuit of the zombies seemed never-ending.
They ran until they could run no more. Their legs burned, and their breaths came in ragged gasps. The park ahead offered a glimmer of hope, a brief respite from the chase. They collapsed in a heap under a park bench, panting and exhausted. The cool ground was a welcome relief, but the threat was far from over. They listened intently, hoping the zombies had lost their trail. The moaning was getting closer. The shadows on the street seemed to grow longer, more menacing. The cats' hearts pounded in their chests, each beat a countdown to potential doom.
I can hear them. They're getting closer. The panic in Terry's voice was unmistakable. Every ruffle of distant footsteps sent shivers down their spines.
One of the zombies, a tall, skinny one with a torn baseball cap on his head, leaned down towards them. His movements were slow, almost hesitant, as if he was unsure of what he was seeing. He looked at them, not with hunger or malice on a zombie before, a glimmer of something almost human.
Meow. Jerry's tentative meow broke the silence, a question hanging in the air. Could this zombie be different?
The zombie tilted his head. It was a simple gesture, but it spoke volumes. There was no aggression, no immediate threat.
The zombie's voice was raspy, almost childlike in its confusion. It was clear he didn't fully understand what he was looking at.
We don't have any brains to spare. Terry's response was quick, his fear still evident. The idea of reasoning with a zombie was absurd, yet here they were.
The zombie looked confused, his brow furrowed as if trying to process the situation. The cats watched, holding their breath. Then he smiled, a slow, goofy smile that showed off a missing tooth. It was a disarming gesture, one that made the cat's fear begin to ebb away. He held out a hand, palm up. The gesture was unmistakable, a sign of peace. In his hand was a half-eaten hot dog. It was an offering, a simple act of kindness that bridged the gap between the living and the undead. The cats stared at the hot dog. Then they looked at each other. They were starving.
Well, I guess it can't hurt to try.
Jerry cautiously took a step forward and sniffed the hot dog. It smelled delicious. He took a tentative bite. It tasted even better than it smelled.
Wow, this is really good.
Soon, all three cats were munching happily on the hot dog, sharing it with the friendly zombie. It turned out that the zombies weren't interested in eating cats at all. They just really, really liked hot dogs, and they were very lonely. They were thrilled to have some new friends to share their snacks with.
More hot dogs?
Yes, please.
The cats spent the rest of the day with their new zombie friend. They were initially hesitant, but soon realized that the zombies were just like them in many ways. They learned that the zombies loved to play games, especially ones that involved teamwork and strategy, even if they weren't very good at them. The zombies' clumsy attempts at sports made everyone laugh, breaking the ice and creating a bond. And they discovered that the zombies, despite their moans and groans, had a great sense of humor, were actually quite funny once you got to know them. Their jokes and funny faces had everyone in stitches.
We're going to the game tonight. Want to come? It's going to be a blast.
The cats had never been to a baseball game before. It sounded like fun. They were curious and excited about what the experience would be like.
A baseball game? Count us in. We've always wanted to see one up close.
That night, they all piled into the back of a rusty pickup truck, filled with anticipation and excitement, and headed to the baseball stadium. The drive was filled with chatter and laughter as they imagined what the game would be like. The size of the stadium and the crowd was overwhelming. The roar of the crowd was deafening but exhilarating. The energy in the air was contagious, and the cats couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement.
This is amazing. We've never experienced anything like this before. The light, the sound, the atmosphere. It's all so incredible.
The cats watched in amazement as the Pirates battled their rivals on the field. The atmosphere was electric, with the crowd roaring and the tension palpable. The cats, with their wide eyes and twitching whiskers, were completely engrossed in the game. They cheered when the Pirates hit home runs and groaned when they struck out. Every swing of the bat and every catch was met with enthusiastic reactions. The cats were on the edge of their seats, their tails flicking with excitement. They even tried to teach the zombies how to do the wave with hilarious results. The zombies, with their stiff movements, struggled to keep up, but the cats were patient teachers. Laughter echoed through the stands as the zombies finally managed a clumsy wave.
Come on, like this. Wave your arms. Cats demonstrated enthusiasm. Zombies watched intensely, trying to.
As the game ended, the cats knew that they had made some very special friends. The bond formed over shared experiences and promising to meet again. They had faced their fears, explored a new city, and discovered that sometimes the things that seem scary are actually just misunderstandings. Had initially seemed daunting, but the cats had navigated it with courage and curiosity.
I can't believe how much fun we had. The day had been filled with unexpected adventures and delightful surprises. From the thrilling game to the new friendships, it was a day to remember.
Couldn't wait to get back home and tell everyone about their day. They recounted every moment. It was a tale they would be telling for years to come. The memories of the day would be cherished and shared, becoming a part of their collective history.
What an adventure. Best day ever. The excitement in their voices was palpable, and their eyes sparkled with joy.
Can't wait to tell everyone. The anticipation of sharing their story added to the thrill of the day, making it an unforgettable experience.
Okay, so that was over. I'm going to explain quickly that I know I have some time between videos, but that was the first time I actually tried to go into more of the fantasy into this. The next one coming up will be the the second one, if I remember correctly. And yeah, I just have fun with this one. It's a show to leave fan down under, honestly. But I'm going to keep my camera off, and hopefully you hear me. But I'm thinking if I just keep my camera off, give you guys more of a big screen, this might work a little bit better. I'm not going to try to do this kind of a live here again, but you know what? I would not have known if I didn't try, right? So it's giving me an error message. It's an interruption on the second channel. Oh well. I just like keeping an eye to see what's going on, but clearly I can't. So if you can, let me know, because I have no chance, like no opportunity to check myself. I like keeping an eye out on my live. It's got nothing to do with hours or anything. But my internet is not doing good. But yeah. I guess right now it's even giving me the wrong live. This is not the one I want to go on. Oh, what am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I'm so worried about messing up when it doesn't mess up. I make it mess up. I think I saved it. This is the introduction of the Sly the Wolf. Even though I don't mention his name, it is Sly the Wolf. And so I'll be quiet and let it run. If it will. Thank you for the 4 people watching. Please like, and I'm not even going to ask to share it yet. Not worth it. If you want to see packs open, give me a super chat. I'm not expecting any super chats, especially with this one. It would be nice, but just everything kind of going south for this live. The main thing is I'm having lots of fun, and another ad might be going after this ad. 397 views for this. That's not bad. It's actually very good. This is the height of popularity for the Three Cat adventure. I wanted to, like I said before, shout out Leaf Fan Down Under, and now plenty of Australian channels that I actually watch. I can't remember where I said this, but I will be keeping my camera off. Because really this one is the one about Sly. The next one is going to be about the surfing dog.
Meet Jerry, a sleek and mysterious.
This is what happens when you're trying to do a complex live on low internet. But I've told many people it's more about having fun. I just want to watch these videos to catch up on myself, see if I'm going in the direction that I want to go in with these, and I figured press live. If I get hours, I get hours. If I don't, no big deal. But I actually think this is a video that I want to watch. And I think we're just an hour and a half. And I haven't, 1 hour and a half. And maybe by the 2 hour mark, I'll know exactly what's going on. But I do have hopes. I'm trying little things here and there to get myself more internet. Here we go. I'm actually going to try not to flip back and forth between my YouTube and internet, like my StreamYard. Maybe that will help. We'll see.
Jerry, the black cat, was brave. He always led their adventures with confidence. We're going to Alaska. Larry, the orange cat, was strong. He wasn't very smart, though.
Alaska. Is that a cat food or something?
Terry, the gray cat, was smart and clever. He was also very scared of new places.
Alaska is cold and scary.
One day, Jerry had an amazing idea. Space. Even Terry seemed a little bit excited about the adventure. The journey was long. They rode in a truck full of food. The smell was awful. Terry just complained the whole time. Finally, they reached Alaska. It was cold and snowy.
I want to go home.
The gold is up there.
You sure about this? Jerry?
But Jerry was already marching forward. Larry followed, slipping on the ice. Terry sighed and trailed behind. They climbed for days. The wind howled and the snow blinded them. Larry complained every step. Then they met a polar bear. It was fluffy cat.
Let's play.
The polar bear sniffed Larry. It chuckled. Can't really chuckle, but this one sounded like it did.
You're funny little things. I know these mountains like the back of my paw.
Boris offered to help. Boris led them to a hidden cave. Inside, the walls glittered gold.
We're rich.
Larry started stuffing gold nuggets into his mouth. Jerry stopped him.
Don't eat the gold, you goofball.
They piled the gold onto Boris's back. He carried it down the mountain for them. The cats felt like kings. They thanked Boris and waved goodbye.
What do we do now?
Let's go to Yukon. I hear they have dog sledding.
Dog sledding. Can we eat the dogs?
Terry rolled his eyes. They hitched a ride on a dog sled. The cats, Larry and Terry, were excited, but also a bit nervous. They had never been on a dog sled before, and the experience was both thrilling and terrifying. The dogs were very fast. They raced through the snowy landscape with incredible speed, making the cats hold on tightly to avoid falling off. The scenery around them was a blur of white and green as they sped past trees and snow-covered hills. The wind whipped their fur. It was so strong that it felt like tiny needles pricking their skin. Despite the cold, the cats couldn't help but feel a sense of adventure. They were on their way to the Yukon, a place they had only heard stories about. Larry kept trying to bite the dogs' tails. He thought it was a fun game, but the dogs were not amused. They barked and growled, but Larry was undeterred. He was determined to make friends with it, even if it meant getting a few nips in return. Terry held on for dear life. They reached Yukon. The journey had been long and exhausting, but they had finally made it. The cats looked around in awe at the vast, snowy landscape that stretched out before them. It was even colder than Alaska. The air was crisp and biting, and the snow crunched under their paws as they walked. The cats shivered. They were determined to make the most of their adventure. They found a dog sledding school. It was a small, rustic building with a large yard where dogs were being trained. The cats watched in fascination as the dogs practiced their skills, running and pulling sleds with ease.
We want to learn to mush. The cats approached the instructor, their eyes wide with excitement. They had always dreamed of being mushers, and now they had the chance to learn from the best.
The instructor chuckled. He had never seen cats so eager to learn dog sledding. It was an unusual request, but he admired their enthusiasm.
You're a bit small to be mushers, aren't you? The instructor looked at the cats skeptically. He wasn't sure if they had the strength and stamina needed for such a demanding activity.
Larry puffed his chest out. He wanted to prove that they were capable. He had always been the more confident of the two, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away.
I'm very strong, Larry declared, his voice filled with determination. He knew that they could do it if they just had the chance. I can pull a whole team of dogs, he boasted, imagining himself leading a team of sled dogs through the snow.
The instructor sighed. He could see that the cats were determined, and he didn't want to crush their dreams.
All right, but don't blame me if this ends badly, he warned, knowing that the path ahead would be challenging for the small but spirited cats.
I just put a goal, so that's what happened. So I can keep an eye out to see if anybody is silly enough to put a super chat. I'm afraid I might miss one. They're really making money off of this because you know what? I'm not at 4K hours yet. So I'm only supposed to have ads at the beginning, maybe the end. You're not supposed to be throughout the whole thing. YouTube must change that. Which is kind of making it difficult to get to 4K. Whatever. Every time it makes me kind of pause. There we go.
They were terrible at dog sledding. The cats had never tried anything like this before, and it slid on the icy surface. And they could barely keep their balance. It was a sight to behold. Go of the reins to chase squirrels. Every time he saw one, his instincts took over, and he would dart off, leaving the sled to veer off course. It was as if he couldn't help himself. The allure of the chase was too strong. Terry screamed every time they went downhill. The steep slopes terrified him, and his yowls echoed through the snowy landscape. His fear was palpable. and it made the whole experience even more nerve-wracking. Jerry was the only one who kind of got the hang. He managed to keep the sled steady and navigate the twists and turns with a semblance of control. His confidence grew with each run, and he became the de facto leader of their little team. One day, they were practicing on the trail. The snow was fresh and the air was crisp. They had been at it for hours, determined to improve. The forest around them was quiet, save for the rustle. Spot watched them from behind a tree. His eyes gleamed with cunning. He observed their every move. He had been following them for days. He saw the bags of gold on their sled. The treasure was more than he had ever dreamed of, and he knew he had to have it. His mind raced with plans and schemes.
Smug grin spreading across his face. He was confident in his ability to outsmart the cats and make off with their gold.
The wolf jumped into the pack. His movements were swift and precise, a blur of fur and determination. He landed gracefully, ready to execute his plan. The dogs yelped and skidded to a halt. The sudden appearance of the wolf startled them, and they struggled to regain their footing. The sled came to an abrupt stop, throwing the cats into disarray. The cats tumbled off the sled. They landed in a heap, dazed and confused. The sudden stop had caught them off guard, and they scrambled to get back on their feet. The bags of gold flew into the air. The precious cargo was tossed high, glittering in the sunlight as it scattered across the snow. It was a chaotic scene, with gold coins raining down around them. The wolf snatched the bags in his teeth and ran off with their treasure. He moved with incredible speed, disappearing into the forest before the cats could react. Their gold was gone, and they were left in stunned silence, realizing they had been outsmarted by the sly wolf.
Podcast.
Really? Another commercial?
Finding in the market.
Sorry, guys. I had no idea that
On YouTube.
there's so many commercials were being put on my channel.
For you. Sprizzy uses
I don't have 4K watch hours, so this should not be happening yet.
You can even target the fans of similar podcasts.
Now YouTube will be YouTube.
Our goal.
Larry started to cry. Terry joined in. The sight of their lost treasure was too much to bear. They had worked so hard, and now it was all gone. The tears flowed freely, and their hearts felt heavy with disappointment.
We'll never be rich now. All our dreams shattered in an instant. The future we had envisioned, filled with luxury and comfort, seemed to vanish before our eyes.
Jerry kicked the snow. His frustration was palpable. The cold white blanket that covered the ground seemed to mock their efforts. Every step they had taken, every plan they had made, now felt futile. He was upset, but he tried to be brave. Jerry knew that showing strength was important for the others. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions, even though inside he felt like crumbling.
Don't worry, we'll find another way. We can't give up now. There has to be another path to our dreams. We just need to stay strong and keep looking.
But deep down, Jerry knew they were beat. The weight of their failure was too much to ignore. The hope that had once driven them forward now felt like a distant memory. They trudged back to town, their tails drooping. Each step felt heavier than the last. The journey back was filled with silence, each of them lost in their own thoughts of what could have been. They decided to return home. There was no point in staying any longer. The dream of gold had slipped through their paws, and now all they wanted was the comfort of home. The journey back was long and tiring. The rough terrain seemed even more challenging now that spirits were low. Every rock and hill felt like an obstacle. They pressed on, driven by the thought of home. They had always been a source of comfort. Without him, the cold seemed colder, and the journey felt lonelier. When they finally reached home,
families were overjoyed. The sight of their beloved pets brought tears of joy to their eyes. The warmth of their welcome calmed its weary souls. They were showered with cuddles and treats. The love and affection from their humans made them feel cherished and valued. It was a reminder that they were not alone. They were deeply loved. As they snuggled into their warm beds, they realized something. The comfort of home, the love of their families, was worth more than any treasure. It was a feeling that gold could never replace. Home was better than gold. The warmth, the safety, the love, these were the true treasures. And in that moment, they knew they had everything they needed. And their humans loved them, even if they weren't rich. The bond they shared was priceless, and it was a treasure that would last forever.
So yeah, that fox ends up being one of my favorite characters I've created. It's going to be a while, like quite a few videos, till I actually explore that fox. But I ended up naming him Sly. I keep on saying fox because he was created to be more of a character to kind of be like a fox from Dora the Explorer. I lost his name right off the top of my head, but either way, Boris comes back. I named that wolf that stole the gold Sly. It's kind of driving me nuts. I can't remember. I want Swift. It's driving me nuts. I can't remember what the Dora the Explorer fox Swiper. That's it, Swiper. That fox was originally going to be a Swiper from Dora the Explorer, but while writing these scripts, I've he kind of evolved into something a little bit differently. So I'm actually kind of glad it's kind of having a hard time buffing because it gives me some time to talk about the next video. And yeah, hopefully it doesn't buff too long. But this is the one that I was talking about. This is Surfing Down Under, inspired by Leaf Band Down Under. Going to see what's going on with this, but maybe if I do this. It's starting to go on. Now, what can you do with slow internet? If you know, you know, but yeah, we only have 500 gigabytes per box of fast internet, and I've kind of made a promise that I wouldn't live stream on fast internet. So this one, I legitimately just want to watch these 3 cat adventures, and I figured, you know what, why not go live about them, see if I'm going in the actual direction that I was thinking of when I first started it. So with any luck, it should be starting soon. Thank you for anybody watching.
Jerry, Larry, and Terry were 3 very different cats, each with their own unique quirks and personalities. Jerry was the brave leader, always the first to step forward when a new challenge arose. He loved trying new things, whether it was climbing the tallest tree or exploring the darkest alley. Larry was the strongest cat around, with muscles that could rival a small dog, but he wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Terry was super smart, always figuring out puzzles and solving problems, but he was also super scared of almost everything.
That's it. We're going to learn to surf. Imagine the thrill of riding those waves.
Surf? What surf? Is it like swimming, but on a board?
Isn't it dangerous? What if we fall off and get swept away by the waves?
Dangerous? Maybe. But imagine riding those waves. It'll be an adventure we'll never forget.
And so the three cats decided excitement and a bit of nervousness. They were going to learn how to surf, no matter what challenges lay ahead. They had heard about a legendary surf dog in Australia named Barry, who was famous for his incredible surfing skills. They just knew Barry could teach them how to surf, and they were determined to find him. With Jerry leading the charge, Larry flexing his muscles, and Terry trembling clutched in his paw, they set off on their grand adventure, ready to conquer the waves. Getting to Australia was quite the adventure. They travelled by boat, by plane, and even on the back of a very friendly kangaroo named Kevin. Larry kept getting his head stuck in things, much to Terry's amusement. Jerry, ever the brave one, kept their spirits high.
We're almost there.
Finally, they arrived on the sunny shores of Australia. Palm trees swayed, the air was warm, and the waves crashed against the beach.
Wow.
This is amazing.
Look, there's a sign. Barry Surf School. This must be it. Barry the surf dog was everything they imagined and more. He was a big, friendly Labrador with fur the color of sand and a big, goofy grin.
G'day, mates. You must be the surfing cats I've heard so much about.
That's us. I'm Jerry. This is Larry, and this is Terry.
Barry chuckled.
Well, let's get you kitted up. Surfing's easy peasy once you get the hang of it.
Barry fitted them with tiny surfboards and showed them how to paddle and pop up. Larry, of course, kept falling in, splashing everyone with salty water.
All right, mates. The waves are calling, and it's time to answer. Who's ready to catch some waves? Let's show the ocean what we've got.
Barry barked excitedly, his tail wagging furiously as he watched the surface. Jerry, fearless as always, paddled forward, a determined look on his face. He was ready to conquer the waves. He tried to stand, but the board wobbled and whoosh! The ocean had other plans. He went tumbling into the water, swallowed by the waves.
Here goes nothing. Face the waves head on.
Larry, with more enthusiasm than skill, jumped on his board and paddled with all his might. His energy was infectious. He stood up for a second before crashing down like a furry meteor. The ocean was relentless. Oh no, this is harder than it looks. Terry, clinging to his surfboard for dear life, didn't even try to stand. The waves were too intimidating. He just bobbed along, watching his brother's misadventures with wide, terrified eyes. The ocean was a formidable opponent.
Don't worry, mates. You'll get there. Keep pushing and don't give up.
Barry encouraged, his tail never stopping its happy dance. He believed in them. Surfing, he learned, was harder than it looked. The waves were unforgiving, but even with all the wipeouts and splashes, they were having fun. The thrill of the challenge kept them going. They were determined to learn. Each fall was a step closer to mastering the waves. Just when they were starting to get the hang of it, something unexpected happened. A dark shadow appeared in the water beneath them. It circled their boards, growing larger and larger.
What's that?
Terry squeaked, his first with a splash. A giant shark emerged from the water. Its teeth were as big as Larry's head. Ah! The cats screamed in instant. Terry fainted dead away, floating on his board like a furry pancake. Larry panicked, flailing his paws and accidentally whacking Jerry in the face. The shark seemed to chuckle, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the water. The cats braced themselves, expecting the worst. But instead of attacking, the shark did something completely unexpected. It opened its mouth and gently placed a fish on each of their boards. The cats stared at the fish, then at the shark, then back at the fish. They were confused. Was this a shark? Weren't sharks supposed to eat them, not give them presents?
Don't worry, mates, that's just Sammy. He's a vegetarian shark, loves his veggies and sharing his fish.
The cats slowly got over their shock. Sammy the vegetarian shark. Who would have thought? They cautiously sniffed the fish. They smelled good.
Go on, give it a try. Sammy only gives his fish to special friends.
Tentatively at first, as the cats each took a bite, the fish was delicious. Forward, the cats learned that things weren't always as scary as they seemed. They realized that the vast, intimidating ocean was actually a playground full of wonders waiting to be discovered. The gentle waves that once seemed so daunting now felt like a comforting embrace, guiding them towards new adventures. They learned that even sharks could be friendly. The once feared creatures of the deep turned out to be curious and playful, often joining the cats in their watery escapades. The cats found themselves swimming alongside dolphins, playing hide and seek with colourful fish, and even riding the waves with the occasional friendly shark. And most importantly, they learned that with a little bit of courage and a lot of laughter, they could do anything they set their minds to. The beach became their second home, a place where they could be free and fearless. They spent their days perfecting their surfing skills, building sandcastles, and chasing the seagulls that dared to come too close. They continued to practice their surfing with Barry's guidance and Sammy's occasional fishing tips. Barry, the wise old cat, taught them the secrets of the waves, while Sammy, the playful kitten, kept their spirits high with his endless energy and enthusiasm. They learned to ride the waves, feeling the wind in their fur and the spray of the ocean on their faces. Each wave they conquered brought a new sense of accomplishment and joy. The ocean became a place of endless possibilities, where they could push their limits.
The sense of triumph and camaraderie was palpable as they celebrated their victories together. They had faced their fears and come out stronger, more confident, and ready for whatever challenges lay ahead.
He knew that this was just the beginning of their journey, and he couldn't wait to see newfound courage would take them next. Larry, though still not the brightest, discovered a love for the ocean and a surprising talent for balancing on his surfboard. His clumsy nature on land seemed to vanish as soon as he hit the water, where he moved with a grace and ease that surprised everyone, including himself. And Terry learned that sometimes the scariest things could turn out to be friends. His initial fear of the ocean creatures turned into a deep fascination and respect for the marine life that shared their beach. As the sun set over the Australian ocean, casting long shadows on the waves, the three cats knew this was just the beginning of their adventures. The golden hues of the sunset reflected their sense of hope and excitement for the future. They had found new friends, conquered their fears, and discovered the joy of surfing. The bonds they formed with each other and their new friends were unbreakable, and they knew that it was full of surprises, and they couldn't wait to see what other waves it would bring their way. With hearts full of courage and minds open to new experiences, they were ready to embrace whatever came next.
So, hi, obsessed with horror. I am on slow internet, having a little bit of internet problems, and that's just me, pretty much. I'm trying to figure out what I can and can't do on low speed, and I figured I'm watching these anyway, why not put record on it? So I do appreciate everyone. If anyone decides to give me a super chat for whatever reason, I will open up a pack code. Why not? So hopefully that goal did work. If not, it's scrolling on the bottom. I put the goal just in case I miss them, and it doesn't seem to be working on my end. So that's what happens when you try to do something complex on low speed. And this is a learning experience. Over 10 years on the internet, and I am still learning, and I like that. So anyway, this is the first this attempt on putting into the three cat adventures. I still don't really know where I'm going with it, but I would like to put some adventure into it, some fantasy into it. But that's my intro, and yeah. I'm glad I ended up going away with that three cat adventure mini intro. I can't remember where I stopped doing it. It's just, I don't need it. I don't want it. I stopped using it for a reason. Just not what I want to do.
Jerry, Gary, and Terry were no ordinary cats. They were known far and wide in their neighborhood for their incredible bond and friends, each with a unique personality that complemented. Terry, the sleek black cat, was brave and always ready for an adventure. He had a knack for finding the most exciting places to explore. Gary, the strong orange tabby, might not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, but his loyalty to his friends was unmatched. He was the muscle of the group, always ready to protect his friends. Terry, the smallest of the three, was a clever gray tabby, but often let his fear get the best of him. Despite his fears, his intelligence often saved the day.
We're going to Japan. I heard they have dragons there and ancient temples filled with secrets. And we're going to find one. Imagine the story.
Stand in our way. Dragons? But what if they're dangerous? What if we get lost? What if they breathe fire? How will we handle that?
Don't worry, Terry. We'll be fine. We've faced challenges before, and
People of courage and curiosity embarked on their grand adventure. They knew that
Hi, Cindy Cat, by the way.
they would face it together as the Three Musketeers.
This is up your alley, I think.
Their journey to Japan was long and tiring. They hitched a ride on a cargo ship, hiding amongst crates of fish and sacks of rice. The ship bobbed and swayed on the vast ocean, making Terry feel sick with worry. Gary, ever the loyal friend, comforted him by sharing his fish snacks. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the land of the rising sun. Japan was a whirlwind of new sights and smells. Towering pagodas reached for the sky, and cherry blossom trees painted the landscape in pink and white. Wow. Even Terry had to admit, Japan was beautiful. They spent the next few days exploring the bustling cities and serene bamboo forests, searching high and low for any sign of dragons. They climbed Mount Fuji, its peak shrouded in mist, hoping to catch a glimpse of a majestic creature soaring through the clouds. They even visited ancient temples, asking the wise monks if they knew where to find dragons. But their search proved fruitless. Days turned into nights, and still there was no sign of any dragons. The locals only laughed and shook their heads when the cat. Terry sighed, feeling a mixture of disappointment and relief. On the fourth day, as they were about to give up hope, something magical happened. They were resting in a peaceful garden, surrounded by blooming lotus flowers, when a shadow over them. They looked up, their eyes widening in surprise. Hovering above them was a magnificent dragon. Its scales shimmered like 1,000 jewels, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. The dragon was enormous, bigger than their wildest imaginations. Its wings, as wide as a ship's sails, stirred the air around them, sending a gentle breeze through the garden. Jerry's heart pounded with excitement. Gary's jaw dropped in awe, and even Terry forgot to be scared. Greetings, the dragon boomed, its voice deep and resonant, echoing through the valley. I am Ryujin, guardian of this ancient and mystical land. What brings 3 small cats like yourselves to my home today?
We came to Japan in search of dragons, Your Greatness. We've heard tales of your kind's wisdom and immense power.
Ryujin chuckled. Sound like
Dragons are very rare indeed, and we have a secret that few know.
the cats leaned closer, their curiosity piqued by the dragon's words.
Dragons are actually quite afraid of cats, believe it or not.
The 3 friends stared at him in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Afraid of us, but why? Ryujin sighed deeply, his breath a warm gust that rustled the leaves around him.
It is an old fear, passed down through generations, a fear that has shaped our very existence. Legends speak of a time when cats were fierce hunters, their prowess in the wild unmatched by any other creature. Their agility and cunning were the stuff of legends, tales that have been whispered through the ages. It was said that even dragons, with all their might and power, trembled at their approach, fearing their stealth and strategy.
He lowered his head, a hint of sadness in his glowing eyes, memories of a time long past weighing heavily on his heart.
So we went into hiding, afraid of being hunted, afraid of the legends becoming reality once more. We observed the world from the shadows, only revealing ourselves to those we deem worthy, those who show kindness and understanding. But we wouldn't hurt you, Your Greatness. We come in peace with respect and admiration. We only wanted to see a dragon, to learn from your wisdom.
To grow. We believe in kindness and respect, even toward those who seem different, for it is in our differences that we find strength.
Ryujin studied them for a long moment, his gaze piercing yet kind, searching for the truth in their words. Finally, he smiled, a dazzling sight that lit up the garden, a smile that spoke of newfound hope and understanding.
I sense truth in your words, little ones. Your hearts are pure and your intentions noble. You have kind hearts and brave souls. Together, we can build a future where fear is a thing of the past.
And so began an unlikely friendship, one that would change their lives forever. Ryujin spent the afternoon sharing stories of his adventures and the secrets of the dragons. He spoke of ancient lands, hidden treasures, and the wisdom passed down through generations of his kind. The cats listened with rapt attention, their hearts filled with wonder. Each tale was more enchanting than the last, painting vivid pictures in their minds. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Ryujin offered them a ride home. The offer was met with excitement and a hint of nervousness.
It cannot stay hidden forever. The world needs to see that dragons are not just creatures of legend, but beings of wisdom and kindness. Your kindness has reminded me that the world is full of surprises, and not all be found in the most unexpected places.
With a mighty flap of his wings, he lifted them into the air. The ground fell away beneath them, and they felt the exhilarating rush of flight. They soared through the sky, leaving Japan behind and heading towards their home in Keswick, Ontario, Canada. The journey was long, but the view was breathtaking. The wind whipped through their fur as they flew over mountains and oceans. The world spread out beneath them like a giant map. They marveled at the vastness of the earth and the beauty of its landscapes. It was an experience they would never forget, a testament to the power of courage, kindness, and the magic of believing in the impossible. Each moment in the sky was a reminder of the extraordinary journey they had embarked upon. The 3 cats, once ordinary, were now adventurers who had befriended a dragon, proving that even the smallest of creatures can achieve extraordinary things. Their bond with Ryujin was a symbol of hope and the endless possibilities that await those who dare to dream.
So, okay, yeah, I think I've got working the way I wanted to go after just over 2 hours. I do apologize for that. Either way, the one coming up, this is one I kind of have an idea where I want to go with this. I will be reintroducing the dragons in future. I just don't want to rush that. I don't rush any ideas on three cat adventures. I don't think it's proper. I don't think it's organic. But yeah, Cindy Cat, you're a great friend. I do appreciate you coming in. Thank you for saying belated Happy Father's Day. You're not that belated, so it's okay. Either way, this is when I'm starting to write things down and actually try to make characters, personalities stick. Besides the main three cats, Jerry, Larry, and Terry, I really wasn't thinking that anybody would return. But this taco adventure in Mexico would be the one that makes me go, you know what? I think I'm going to have returning characters. So, as my intro is going, I'm not, man. I'll keep it to three. To hit the Remember That show, and that's it.
The Three Musketeers, introducing Jerry, Larry, and Terry. These three cats were not just ordinary felines. They were a team, a family, and the best of friends. Each one had a unique personality that made their bond even stronger. Jerry was a brave cat. He loved adventures, whether it was climbing the tallest tree in the neighborhood or exploring the darkest corners of the garden. Courage was unmatched, and he often led the way for his friends. He was the leader of the group. His friends looked up to him and trusted his judgment. Jerry's adventurous spirit often got them into exciting situations, but he always made sure they were safe.
Larry was a strong cat. He wasn't very clever, but his strength made up for it. He could move heavy objects and protect his friends from any danger. Larry's heart was as big as his muscles, and he was always there to lend a helping paw, but he was always happy to help. Whether it was carrying supplies for their adventures or standing guard while the others rested, Larry's kindness were invaluable to the group.
Terry was a small cat. He was very smart. His intelligence often saved the day. Terry could solve puzzles, find hidden paths, and come up with clever plans. His quick thinking and sharp mind were crucial for their adventures, but he was also very scared. Despite his intelligence, Terry was easily frightened. Loud noises, sudden movements, and unfamiliar places made him nervous. But with Jerry and Larry by his side, he found the courage to face his fears.
The three cats were the best of friends. They did everything together, from playing games to going on adventures. Their bond was unbreakable, and they always had each other's backs. They lived in a big house. It was their playground, their battlefield, and their home. They loved to play games. Whether it was chasing each other, playing with toys, or inventing new games, they always had fun. Their laughter and joy filled the garden. They also loved to eat. Mealtime was a special time for them. They enjoyed delicious meals together, sharing their favorite foods and savoring every bite. One day, Jerry had an idea. His eyes lit up with excitement as he gathered his friends.
Let's go on an adventure, he said. His voice was filled with enthusiasm. He had a plan that would take them beyond their garden. We can go to Mexico and eat tacos. The idea of traveling to a new place and trying new food excited them all.
Larry and Terry were excited. They loved tacos. The thought of a new adventure and delicious food made their tails twitch with anticipation. So they packed their bags. They gathered their favorite toys, some snacks, and a map. They were ready for anything. They were ready for a big adventure. With Jerry leading the way, Larry providing strength and Terry's cleverness, They knew this journey would be unforgettable. And so the three friends set off on their new adventure, excited for what lay ahead. A Tale of Tacos Adventures in Mexican Cuisine. Mexico was very colorful. The streets were alive with vibrant colors, bustling with people, and filled with the enticing aromas of street food. It was a sensory overload in the maze. The market was a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds, with vendors shouting out their wares, the sizzle of food being cooked, and the rich, spicy scents wafting through the air. The cats had never experienced anything like it. Their first stop was a taco stand. The stand was bustling with activity, and the cats could see the cook expertly flipping tortillas and adding generous portions of meat and toppings. The sight made their mouths water.
Jerry loved his taco. He devoured it with gusto, savoring every bite. The combination of flavors was unlike anything he had ever tasted before. It was spicy and delicious. Larry liked his taco. The heat from the spices was just right, adding a kick that made the flavors pop. Larry appreciated the complexity of the taste, but he thought he could make a better one. Larry was always the perfectionist, and he couldn't help but think about how he might tweak the recipe to suit his own taste.
Terry was too scared to eat his taco. The unfamiliar food made him nervous, and he hesitated, unsure if he should take a bite. He thought it looked strange. The combination of ingredients was unlike anything he had seen before, and he wasn't sure if he would like it.
They went to another taco stand. Determined to find something that Terry would enjoy, they continued their comfort, a unique twist on the classic taco with different meats, toppings, and sauces. They tried 20 different tacos. The variety was astounding, and each taco was a new adventure and flavor.
Jerry loved them all. Larry liked them. Jerry couldn't get enough of the delicious tacos, while Larry appreciated the culinary creativity. But he still thought he could do better. Larry's mind was already racing with ideas for his own taco creations.
Poor Terry. He didn't like any of them. The unfamiliar flavors were too much for him, and he felt left out of the fun. The cats were tired. After a long day of eating and exploring, they were ready to rest. They decided to find a place to sleep. They wandered through the streets, looking for a cozy spot to rest their weary heads. They found a barn. The barn was warm, inviting, with soft hay that looked perfect for a nap. It was filled with hay. They curled up together. The hay was soft and comfortable, and the cats felt safe and content, and they went to sleep. As they drifted off, they dreamed of the day's adventures and the delicious tacos they had tasted. Sally the Chihuahua, a chef with a heart of gold. Sally was not young. Her tiny paws moved with precision and grace, creating culinary masterpieces that delighted everyone who tasted them. The next morning, the cats were hungry. They had heard rumors about a small restaurant run by a Chihuahua who made the best tacos in the area. They went looking for breakfast. Their noses twitched as they followed the delicious aroma wafting. The sight was both surprising and delightful.
"Hello," said Jerry. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and hope. "Can we have some tacos, please?" His voice was polite but eager, reflecting the hunger that gnawed at his belly.
The Chihuahua smiled. "Of course," she said. "My name is Sally." Her voice was warm and welcoming, making the cats feel at ease. "I make the best tacos in Mexico," she declared with pride, her eyes twinkling with confidence.
Sally brought them their tacos. The plates were beautifully arranged, each taco a work of art. They were the most amazing tacos the cats had ever seen. The vibrant colors and enticing smells made their mouths water.
Jerry took a big bite. "Wow," he said, his eyes widening in surprise and delight. "This is the best taco ever," Larry agreed. "You're right," he said. "It's better than the ones I make," Larry exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration.
Even Terry loved his taco. He was usually picky, but today he was savoring every bite. "This is delicious," he said. The cats knew they had found a new favorite spot for breakfast thanks to Sally, the chef with a heart of gold.
The cats ate all their tacos. They were very full and very happy. "Sally, your tacos are incredible. Would you ever consider moving to Canada? You could cook for us all the time." Sally giggled. "Canada sounds lovely, but I can't just leave Mexico. This is my home." Terry, despite his usual timidness, spoke up. "We understand. But maybe you could visit us someday? Sally's eyes lit up. Visit? I would love to visit. I've always wanted to see the world beyond Mexico. The cats they knew just how to get Sally to Canada. We'll take you on an adventure. We're going home on the backs of Tapers. Terry was nervous. Tapers? Are you sure that's safe? Larry patted Terry on the head. Don't worry, Terry. It'll be fun. Sally was excited. She had never been on an adventure before. The taper named Zach took them very happily. They stopped in Washington, USA. On Zach's request to see his friend Sam the Eagle, it was a short but exciting stop. Then Sam the Eagle flew all the 4 friends all the way to Canada. The journey was filled with laughter. The friends shared stories and dreams. They even taught Sally some Canadian phrases. Finally, they arrived in Keswick, Ontario. It was a beautiful place with friendly people. Sally felt immediately welcome. This is amazing. I can't wait to explore more, Jerry promised Sally. We'll have so many adventures here, Sally. Just wait and see. And so, the 3 cats and their new Chihuahua friends started their new chapter. They were ready for all the fun and exciting adventures that Keswick held, their hearts full of tacos, friendship, and the joy of new beginnings. Sally asked next time, let's visit Zach. He is a fun guy and knows his history.
Okay, so flat out, I don't know if you're still here, Zach, but as you know, Zach the Tamper was named after you and inspired by you. I completely forgot that Zach was a history buff. This is why we watching these a little bit more closely, but honestly, where I am right now with these, it really doesn't matter. Where that Zach is a history buff. Really, I'm trying to focus on the unknown part of the 3 cat adventures. I still don't 100% know where I'm going with it, but I do 100% know that I do want recurring characters. I do 100% sure. I know for sure that I want to have major conflict happening. And I want companionship. I want people to understand that craziest things can work together to make something a lot bigger than what it could be. From the beginning, I want this to be kind of a don't judge the book by the cover. Hopefully things I'm just having fun with these, and it's great. So here's the next one.
A leader. He was not just any leader, but a cat with a commanding presence that could be felt from miles away. His sleek black fur shimmered under the sunlight, and his eyes were like 2 glowing emeralds that could pierce through the darkest of nights. Jerry had a reputation in the city not just for his bravery, but for his wisdom and strategic mind. He was the kind of leader who inspired loyalty and courage in those who followed him. He was a sleek black cat with eyes like emeralds. His gaze was intense, and it seemed as if he could see right through you. Jerry's presence was enough to make even the bravest of foes think twice before crossing his path. Jerry was brave and always ready for a fight. Beside him sat Larry, his loyal companion and the muscle of the group. Larry was not just any cat. He was a large orange tabby with a heart as big as his size. Larry was a large orange tabby. His fur was thick and his muscles rippled beneath it. He was the protector, always ready to defend his friends from any danger that came their way. He was strong and protected the others. Terry was the smallest, but what he lacked in size, he made up for in intelligence and cunning. He was a gray cat with a sharp mind. Terry's eyes were always alert, constantly scanning their surroundings for any signs of trouble or opportunity.
Terry was the brains of their little group. He could come up with a plan in the blink of an eye. They were the Three Musketeers. They were more than just friends. They were a family, bound by their loyalty to cats. They had a bond that was unbreakable, and their adventures were the stuff of legends. They lived in the heart of Keswick, Ontario, Canada. The Quite Town was their home, and they knew every nook and cranny of it. The city was their playground. From the busy streets to the quiet parks, they roamed freely, always on the lookout for their next adventure. Its parks and monuments were their hunting grounds. They knew every hill, every tree, and every hidden corner where they could find a new mystery to solve. But today, adventure found them, and a mystery needed solving. Something unprecedented had happened. Something that shook the very core of their beloved city. The White House was gone. The iconic building had vanished without a trace, leaving behind lawn and the city in shock. It had vanished without a trace. No one had seen or heard anything, and the entire city was left in a state of confusion and fear. No one knew how or why. The authorities were baffled, and the citizens were scared. But amidst the chaos, three figures stood tall and determined. Larry, Jerry, and Terry knew they had to do something. This was their friend. They had to save it. They had faced many challenges before, but this was their biggest one yet. The Three Musketeers had a plan. They would use their unique skills to uncover the mystery and bring back the White House. They would use their skills to find the White House. Jerry would lead with his bravery and wisdom. Larry would protect with his strength and loyalty. Terry would think with his sharp mind and quick wit. Together, they would succeed. The fate of Washington, D.C. rested in their paws, and they were ready for the challenge. These three cats, originally from Keswick, Ontario, Canada. It was Sam, their trusted friend, who first alerted them to the White House's disappearance. Without Sam's keen observation, they might have been too late to act. The Three Musketeers raced towards a giant oak tree. Their paws barely touched the ground as they sprinted through the forest, their hearts pounding with urgency. The path was familiar, yet every step felt more critical than the last. It stood on a hill overlooking the city. A silent guardian watching over the chaos below. The tree was ancient, its branches spreading wide like protective arms. This was the home of Sam the Eagle. Sam was their friend. He would help them. His keen eyes had seen many things, and his wisdom was unmatched. The Musketeers knew they left the ground, hidden among the leaves. It was a haven from the fear that gripped the city below. The stormy sky loomed ominously, but within the treehouse, sense of calm and protection. The Three Musketeers climbed the familiar branches with practiced ease. Each branch was a step closer to safety, each leaf a reminder of the sanctuary that awaited them. They reached the treehouse and entered. The door creaked open, and they were greeted by the warmth and comfort of their second home. Inside, it was warm and welcoming. The familiar scents and sights brought a sense of peace. The house was filled with soft cushions and warm blankets, a stark contrast to the turmoil outside. Zach the tapir was munching on leaves, his calm demeanor a soothing presence. He looked up and nodded in greeting, his eyes filled with understanding. Sally the chihuahua was chasing her tail, her playful antics bringing a smile to everyone's face. Her energy was infectious, a reminder that joy could still be found even in dark times. They were also friends of the Musketeers. Together they formed a tight-knit group, bound by loyalty and affection. They knew they could face any challenge as long as they were together. So it is true, Jerry said, his voice urgent. The room fell silent as everyone turned to listen, their hearts heavy with anticipation. The White House is gone, Sam told them, his voice filled with gravity. The words hung in the air, a shocking revelation that left everyone in stunned silence. The gravity of the situation was clear, and they knew they had to act quickly. Zach stopped chewing. Sally stopped spinning, stared at the Three Musketeers. Fear filled their eyes. It's true, Sally whimpered. The humans are saying terrible things. What are they saying? Larry growled, his fur bristling. They're saying that the animals took the White House, Zach said, his voice trembling. They're blaming us. A shadow fell across the entrance to the treehouse. Angry shouts rose from below. A mob of humans was approaching. They were armed with sticks and stones. Their faces were contorted with rage. They're coming! Sally shrieked. She hid behind Zach's massive legs. A loud cry for help caught Jerry's ears. Boris, the gold hunting polar bear, was lumbering towards the tree. He was terrified. The mob was right behind him. Boris! Larry called out. This way! Boris didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled up the tree trunk. Stones began to fly. Larry and Zach pulled Boris inside. He collapsed on the floor, panting heavily. The treehouse shook as the mob continued to below. We have to do something, Terry said, his voice calm despite the chaos. He had been watching the mob, his eyes narrowed in thought. We need to find the White House and clear our names. But how? Curly asked. We can't even leave the treehouse without being attacked. Terry's eyes gleamed. I have a plan, he announced, but you're not going to like it. He turned to Sam. Sam, I need you to take me with you on your next flight. Sam tilted his head, his sharp eyes studying the small gray cat. Take you with me, he repeated, but how? You can carry me in your talons, Terry said. We can fly over the city. I can look for clues from above. The other animals gasped. That's easy, Zach exclaimed. It's too dangerous. I have to agree with Zach, Jerry said, frowning. It's too risky, Terry. Terry stood his ground. It's our only chance, he insisted. We have to try. Sam looked from Terry to the others. He could see the fear in their eyes, but he could also see the determination in Terry's gaze. He knew that Terry was right. This was their only chance. For the ground below, his feathers glistened in the sunlight, a testament to his strength and grace. Get on my back, Terry. We have no time to lose, he urged, his voice filled with determination. Before anyone could object, Terry scurried up Sam's wing, his tiny paws gripping the feathers tightly. He clung to the eagle's back, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. The ground seemed so far away now, and the world looked different from this height. Sam took a deep breath and launched himself into the air, his powerful wings beating rhythmically as they ascended. The wind whipped through Terry's fur as they soared above the city, the buildings below shrinking into mere dots. Below them, the mob was still raging, a chaotic sea of movement and noise. But from up here, they seemed small and insignificant, like ants scurrying about with no real purpose. Terry closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the feeling of freedom. The air was crisp and clean, a stark contrast to the chaos below. Then he opened his eyes and began to search, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. He knew what he was looking for, and he was determined to find it. The White House was gone, but Terry was determined to find it. He had to. The city below was a maze, but he wouldn't give up. The fate of all the animals in Washington depended on it. Every second counted, and Terry felt the weight of responsibility on his small shoulders. The adventure was just beginning. With Sam's powerful wings and Terry's sharp eyes, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Terry and Sam were soaring high, scanning the landscape for any signs of clues. The city below stretched out like a vast, intricate puzzle, each piece waiting to be understood. Suddenly, a thick fog began to roll in, creeping over the landscape like a silent predator. It started as a thin mist, but within moments it grew denser, swallowing the buildings and streets below. Sam's powerful wings cut through the air, but the visibility was rapidly diminishing. Terry's eyes darted around, trying to pierce through the gray shroud that was now enveloping them. Broken only by the sound of Sam's wings beating against the thickening fog, they vanished without a trace, the world below completely obscured by the impenetrable mist. Terry's heart raced as he gripped Sam's feathers tighter, the weight of their mission pressing down on him even harder now. The mission to save Washington just got more complicated. Lost in the fog, they had to rely on their instincts and each other more than ever before. As they continued to navigate through the blinding fog, Terry's determination grew stronger. He knew they couldn't give up. The fate of all the animals in Washington depended on them. With every beat of Sam's wings, they pushed forward, ready to face whatever new challenges this mysterious fog would bring. The adventure was far from over, but Terry and Sam were more determined than ever. The thick fog may have complicated their mission, but it also steeled their resolve. With a flash of light, both Sam and Terry disappeared. Together, they would find a way through, no matter what it took.
Okay, so I honestly didn't realize that we were almost halfway numbered, just the way it works. Either way, after this video, I'm going to try to pause the videos and just kind of give you a face-to-face. I do appreciate everyone who has bared with me. I don't trust what StreamYard says on the who's watching. I've learned better. Not only is that probably wrong, but you gotta remember people watching on the replay. It's kind of an odd night to be doing this kind of a live. I didn't really advertise it because I didn't know that I was going to be doing it. Either way, this is conflict versus reality. My mind works as I don't like knowing what's coming up next. Even as I'm writing these, I don't like knowing what's coming up next. I'll notice that I really don't know what's coming up next. And I think, if I remember correctly, this is the one that I actually have a plan, and I so far have only changed that plan maybe once or twice. So if anybody's watching on the replay, I do appreciate it more than you know. I think there is a thank you gift on my thing, but I read it correctly. I should have that option. If you do give me a thank you on it, I will not only open up a pack, but tag you in it. So as we're kind of stalled on a super mid intro, I just want to thank you everyone who's watching. Really, this experimental live. I'm watching these either way, if I'm live or not. Why not, right? Get some insight on what I'm thinking. I want to see if I remembered from the start to where I am now. If I'm really going on the right track where I wanted. Either way, we are actually going back into the video, so I'll be quiet.
His friend Jerry, a sleek black cat with a white chest, gleaming under the morning sun, had vanished. In its place was nothing but empty ground. Where did it go? He touched his ear with a hind leg, his brow furrowed in confusion. It was so big, how could it just disappear? Something is terribly wrong, he muttered, his tail twitching nervously. We have to find answers. I just don't know what to do. A majestic bald eagle and their closest ally had been investigating strange occurrences around the White House for weeks. He had warned them about hushed whispers and shadowy figures, but no one had listened. Now, it seemed, the worst had happened. We have to find Terry too, Jerry meowed, his voice filled with urgency, both disappointed while looking for clues about what had happened to the White House. Panic flooded the streets of Washington, D.C. People scurried around in confusion, their voices a cacophony of fear and disbelief. News crews swarmed the area, cameras flashing, trying to capture the impossible. The White House, a symbol of American democracy, was gone. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some whispered of alien abductions, others of government conspiracies. Amidst the chaos, a new narrative began to take hold, one that chilled Jerry to the bone. The animals were being blamed. It started subtly at influence and animalistic magic. Then came the blatant accusations fueled by fear and suspicion. The animals, they claimed, had orchestrated the disappearance of the White House. Jerry and Larry found themselves surrounded by a mob of angry humans, their faces contorted with fear and rage. Fingers pointed and shouts of traitors and monsters filled the air. The humans even burned down Sam's treehouse, killing hundreds of innocent animals with their rage. Inside the van, crammed between boxes of Zach's belongings, Jerry and Larry caught their breath. Boris, a massive polar bear with surprising gentleness, grunted in concern, his warm fur brushing against Larry. Sally, a feisty chihuahua with a bark bigger than her bite, whimpered nervously, burrowing into Boris's side. "What happened?" Zach asked, his voice trembling slightly as he navigated the chaotic streets, sirens wailing in the distance. "We still haven't heard or seen Terry or Sam. The next thing is that Sam's treehouse is gone, and everyone's blaming us." "We don't know," Jerry admitted, his voice heavy with worry, "but we have to find Sam and Terry. They're the only ones who can help us clear our names and figure out what's going on." Zach nodded grimly, his hooves gripping the steering wheel tightly. "I'm with you," he said, his voice firm despite the fear in his eyes. "We're a team, and we'll figure this out together." As they sped away from the chaos of Washington, D.C., leaving behind the only friend they had ever known, a sense of uncertainty settled over them. Days turned into nights as they drove, the landscape blurring into a tapestry of highways and small towns. Zach, a skilled driver despite his size, navigated the roads with ease, his focus unwavering. Inside the van, the mood was a mixture of anxiety and determination. They searched tirelessly for any sign of Terry. They checked his usual haunts, contacted his network of informants, and even ventured into the darker corners of the internet, hoping for a clue. But Terry, it seemed, had vanished without a trace. Where could he be? Larry fretted, his tail thrashing nervously. He's probably scared out of his wits at only being him and Saw on his friend's shoulder. Terry's resourceful. They probably found a safe place to hide and is already working on a plan. Just when a breakthrough arrived in the form of a crumpled postcard slipped under the windshield wiper of Zach's van. It was a picture of the CN Tower in Toronto, Canada, with a single word scrawled on the back: mice. Jerry's eyes widened as he recognized the handwriting. It was from the 3 blind mice, but what did it mean? Why would they send them to Toronto? And what did they have to do with any of this? Then, it hit him. Months ago, during a mission in Niagara Falls, they had crossed paths with a peculiar Trio 3 blind mice who possessed an uncanny ability to see the unseen, sensing vibrations and energy that others couldn't. Could they be the key to finding Sam, Terry, and unraveling the mystery of the vanishing White House? "Zach, change of plans," Jerry announced, his voice filled with the very special mice. The journey to Toronto was long and arduous. They traveled mostly at night, avoiding the curious gazes of humans and the ever-present threat of capture. Inside the van, a sense of camaraderie grew, forged in the crucible of shared danger and uncertainty. Larry, despite his worry for Terry, kept their spirits high with his infectious laughter and boisterous stories. Boris, a gentle giant with a heart of gold, provided comfort and warmth, his presence a calming influence on the others. Sally, small but mighty, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, her sharp senses alert for any sign of danger. Jerry, however, couldn't shake the feeling of unease that gnawed at him. The postcard from the mice, while a beacon of hope, also raised more questions than answers. What had the mice stumbled upon? Why were they so important? And what had happened to Terry and Sam? After what felt like an eternity, they reached the outskirts of Toronto, the CN Tower piercing the sky like a giant needle. Following the mice's cryptic instructions, they navigated the bustling city streets, finally arriving at a secluded park deserted at this late hour. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air as Jerry led the way, his senses on high alert. They found the mice huddled beneath a sprawling oak tree, their tiny bodies barely visible in the dim moonlight. But before Jerry could utter a word, a chilling realization washed over him. The city around them, the familiar landmarks, the distant sounds of traffic were fading, dissolving into an eerie silence. The park, the trees, the very ground beneath their paws were disappearing, swallowed by an encroaching emptiness. What's happening? Larry cried out, his voice filled with fear. Where are we going? Jerry didn't have an answer. All Jerry knew was everything in Washington was now gone. All the people, buildings, and even trees were gone, and now it seems to be spreading.
Okay, so yeah, that was the first episode, and not the last episode, that did not include 3 cats. There's a reason for that. I want to figure out how I can carry on the story, beyond the story, and then add the 3 cats to it. The only way that I know how to do it is kind of go ahead and take them away from the action and showing you guys what's happening beyond what's happening. What I'm going to do now may take some time, and I do apologize, but what I do want to try to do is pause this and get my face back on the camera. Before I put my face back on the camera, I want to make sure that I'm kind of got this pause and I don't have to worry about it. And when you see that kind of things, you know that I am having a little bit of internet problems, and that's perfectly fine. I'm watching these either way. I want to see if I could throw up and explain myself a little bit on why things are happening the way they are on these 3 cat adventures. So I think I can try to pause it now. I don't overclick and be impatient. I think I just paused it. So turning my camera back on and giving myself the big screen once my camera goes back on. Camera's on. Try and get myself on the big screen. Hopefully these are going a little bit faster on your end than on mine. Like I said, test to see what I can do, what I can't do. I'm doing this either way, so yeah. I did want to explain to you where my mind's going on these, my motivation of doing these. My motivation simply is have some creativity. I do use AI for the voiceover, but I do all the editing. I find all these clips that you're seeing, they're a little rough at the beginning. I do admit it, but it's a learning process, and that's what drives me myself. I like to challenge myself. I like to learn new things. So yeah, my original plan was to save these for a birthday live. I'm not 100% sure if this birthday live is going to happen. It all depends on if I can get enough packs. Now I have 5 packs in here. 5 packs I got. These are actually packs that Christina picked up for me as a Father's Day gift. Can't say I was like I wasn't appreciative, I think. Trust me, I am 100% appreciative of this. But yeah, I thinking if I get a super chat, I've been kind of figuring out what I'm supposed to do with that. Rewards or whatever. So I figured last second, if anybody gives me a super chat, I will open up one of these packs. And this one I really want to save for a possible birthday rip, because I honestly don't remember opening one of these, and that is the 2019 2000 MVP. So if you give me anything above the minor super chat and ask for this to be opened, I'll gladly open it. Birthday Live is kind of in the air, as everything else. Any other live besides the TTM crew is in the air. But yeah, if you give me anything above the minor super chat and request this 2019-20 to be opened, I'll gladly open it. But the minor super chats, I got 4 packs, which I will be actually opening one up for free. Closer to the end, maybe when I get to the ones that are sneak peeks, I might open one. But I actually have 2 packs of this year's MVP. Again, Christina actually bought these at a unlikely spot, and that is Giant Tiger. I have never seen in my whole entire life Giant Tiger selling cards. So I guess when she went there, she saw them, she picked them up. As confused as I am about it, not disappointed, far from disappointed. But these are all retail packs. The other 2 packs I got out of the 5 are this year's OPG. If I do end up opening anything free when I get to the videos that aren't actually public yet, because I do want to throw in a little bit of a sneak peek. I have found that I have fallen into the groove with these. Right now, I'm at a little painful to watch because I'm learning the program. I'm learning to see what's going to go on. But yeah, I'm very happy on seeing where this 3-cat adventure has evolved into. Again, if I don't get any views on any of these videos, guess what? I'm still doing them. This is my creativity coming out, and I'm enjoying myself. Thing is with YouTube is that you have to enjoy what you're doing, and I am flat out loving this series. And I'm not saying this to get views or popping it up. I am legitimately loving doing these. So I'm going to stop my cam. I'm going to flip over to my shared screen and start the videos up again. Hopefully it won't take too long. I've got literally everything off my I'm the kind of person who has everything on the screen so I can flip back and forth really quickly. I'm learning that on a live like this, I really can't do that. I like having my phone on live so I can see if everything's going smoothly on the other line, but I really can't do that because it lags me out. So this is one kind of anxious live because I'm going blindly, and I don't really like doing lives blindly. But yeah, I'm going to turn off my cam first. So, bye to this face. Oh, before I do this, I am wearing my Father's Day shirt that I got yesterday. If you're like me and you're way behind on videos, this is on a video. I am over 3,000 videos behind. At this point, I'm just enjoying YouTube. I'm not watching your videos to get views. As I hope you're not watching other people's videos to get views, because that's not the way you do it. So before I get too preachy, I'm going to turn off my cam and do this patiently. Or at least try to do this patiently. So far, so good. Larry, if I accidentally replay a video, I apologize. I don't remember doing this one, so.
But they were happy. They lived in Niagara Falls. The loud water was their song. Every day they explored. They used their noses and whiskers. They knew their home well. One sunny day they found something new. It was a big red box. It smelled like cheese and adventure. The box was a gift. It was from France. It arrived on a sunny afternoon, wrapped in colorful paper and tied with a bright ribbon. The moment
Use simple. Use simple.
What could be inside this mysterious package from a faraway land? Inside were 3 Cat Musketeers toys. The toys were dressed in elaborate costumes, complete with feathered hats and tiny swords. These weren't just any cats. They were special, with a sense of adventure and a flair for the dramatic. They were brave and funny. Each one had a unique personality that made them stand out. Jerry was the leader, always ready to take charge. Terry was the joker, bringing laughter wherever he went. Terry was the thinker, always coming up with clever plans. The cats were named Jerry, Larry, and Terry. They loved cheese, too. Whenever they found a piece of cheese, their eyes would light up with joy. It was their favorite treat, and they would often share it with their friends. They became friends with the mice. At first, the mice were a bit wary of the cats, but soon they realized that the Cat Musketeers were kind and friendly. They played together, shared stories when they met that day long ago. The Cat Musketeers taught the mice new games. They showed them how to fence with tiny swords, how to perform daring acrobatics, and even how to sneak around without being seen. The mice were quick learners and enjoyed every moment. They played hide and seek. It was their favorite game, and they would spend hours hiding and searching for each other. The garden was filled with laughter and the sound of tiny feet running around. They even had a cheese tasting contest. Each one would bring their favorite type of cheese, and they would all sample and vote on the best one. It was a fun and delicious event that everyone looked forward to. Life was more exciting with the Cat Musketeers. They brought joy, laughter, and a sense of adventure to everyone they met. Their presence made every day feel like a new and exciting journey. They were a true band of friends. Together, they faced challenges, celebrated victories, and created memories that would last a lifetime. The bond they shared was unbreakable, and their friendship was a treasure that everyone
You wash
cherished.
it. You're gonna wake in the morning. You wash it.
One day, bad news arrived. It came from Toronto, a big city far away. Things were mysteriously disappearing. Buildings, cars, even the humans were suddenly gone. The three blind mice were very worried. They decided to go to Toronto immediately. We must help, said Hickory bravely. Dickory and Doc wanted to help too. We can use our noses, squeaked Dickory excitedly. The scent of mystery. The friends traveled to Toronto, a city known for its vibrant culture and bustling streets. They were eager to explore every corner and uncover the secrets hidden within its urban landscape. The city was big and noisy, filled with the sounds of honking cars, chattering pedestrians, and the distant hum of street performers. It was a sensory overload, but the friends were undeterred. Among the hustle and bustle, the mice were both scared and excited. They started sniffing around, curious about the new scents. They smelled cheese, but it was a strange smell. It wasn't just the familiar, comforting aroma of cheese. There was something else mixed in, something unusual that piqued their interest. The scent was mixed with something sour, a tangy undertone that made their whiskers twitch. Intrigued, they decided to follow the scent, weaving through the crowded streets and narrow alleyways. The trail led them through alleys and parks, past bustling markets and quiet corners. They navigated through the maze of the city, their noses guiding them like a compass. At one point, they even climbed a tall building. From the top, they could see the sprawling city below, but the scent was still strong, urging them to continue their quest. Finally, after what felt like an endless journey, they arrived at a warehouse. The building loomed large and imposing, its exterior worn and leathery. The smell was very strong, almost overpowering. It was as if all the scents they had followed had converged at this very spot. What could be inside? Friends exchanged curious glances, ready to uncover the mystery that awaited them. A bitter truth. The warehouse was dark and scary. The mice used their whiskers to feel their way. Suddenly, Hickory squeaked. He had found something. It was a big pile of rotten cheese, but something was mixed in it. It smelled like bitter almond. Hickory, Dickory, and Doc felt sick. The smell was making them dizzy. They had been poisoned. True friendship. The three blind were worried. They wrote to the three cat musketeers asking for help. "We need to get help," cried Doc. The mice knew that a Pidgon could take the letter and find the musketeers. The mice hoped someone could bring some medicine. They did not know if they would be okay. The blind mice just had to wait, getting weaker every moment. They kept each other warm and safe. They were true friends. Bravery and hope. The mice were weak, but they were brave. Despite their small size and fragile bodies, they possessed a courage that was unmatched. Every morning as the sun rose, they would gather in the grassy field, their hearts filled with hope and determination. They knew that their bravery was their greatest strength. One day, while exploring the garden, they stumbled upon something unusual. It was a hidden clue that would lead them to the source of the mystery that had been troubling their community. The discovery filled them with a renewed sense of purpose. The bad cheese was making everything disappear. The police came. The mice watched as the authorities inspected the cheese stall, their tiny hearts pounding with anticipation. They knew that this was a crucial moment. The police took away the bad cheese. The mice felt a sense of relief one moment. They had played a part in uncovering the truth, and now the authorities were taking action to protect their community. The investigation continued. The police were determined to find out who was behind the scheme. The mice, too, were eager to see justice served. They knew that the safety of their home depended on it. Hickory, Dickory, and Doc were heroes. Their bravery had not gone unnoticed. The city cops disappeared before anything could be done. The mice didn't know what to do. They needed the help from the three cat musketeers to save lives. The skyline stood as a testament to their bravery, but fading away. The mice looked out over the city, proud of what they lived. They knew that action needed to be done. Looked up and saw Jerry, Larry, and a chihuahua they didn't know. A polar bear they didn't know. Where is Terry? Stay tuned till next week to see what happens next. Will the mice be fine? Will they save Toronto? Who knows?
Oh, look at this. I didn't even realize. Soon, you know what? I just got the urge to open up a pack. So maybe in a couple episodes, I will open up a pack. Either way, the blind mice, it's just kind of, they know what's going on. I say it flat out that they know what's going on. So, okay. They're very, very important in the story, and they purposely are sidelined. Give me a moment. So they're purposely sidelined, so it's still a mystery. I've kind of made it so they can't do much, even though everything's going on in their heads. They don't know. They can't communicate, and that's kind of a call out to autism, because my I don't know what to call it, but my wife's nephew, I don't know, has autism. So that's just my call out, blind mice, knowing knowledge and not able to communicate it. Stupid intro. I can't remember when I stopped doing this, but I'm so glad I stopped. So glad I stopped.
Sam the eagle blinked once, twice. He was lying on something soft and blue. Blue grass, that was new. Terry, Sam croaked, his throat dry. A grey head popped up, eyes blinking with similar confusion. Sam, where are we? Sam struggled to his feet, his talons sinking into the bizarrely. I was hoping you'd know. He scanned the surroundings with sharp eagle eyes, searching for something familiar. Something, anything that remains. Instead, his gaze landed on a sign so ridiculous it made his feathers ruffle. Is that the White House? Terry, now on his feet, followed his gaze. Next to the CN Tower, Sam let out an eagle screech that echoed strangely in the silent air. That's impossible. They're miles apart. And what's with the sky? The sky, usually a calming blue, was now a sickly green, casting an eerie glow over the jumbled landscape. Terror clawed at Sam's insides. We need to get out of here, now! He spread his wings, an instinctual urge to escape overwhelming him. Wait! Terry hissed. His eyes narrowed, scanning around. Where are we going? What is this place? Sam paused, his wings still hot. He hated to admit it, Terry. He had no idea where to go. Fleeing blindly from the morning. Fine, he conceded, going reluctantly. But we stick close. Something's not right. They started walking. the only sound the crunch of their paws and talons on the strangely soft blue grass. The landscape around them was surreal, almost dreamlike, the hues of blue and green blending together in an otherworldly fashion. The air was still, almost too still, as if the world is something else unusual. Are those people? He squinted, trying to make sense of the shapes in the distance. As they got closer, the figures became clearer, and a sense of unease began to creep. A group stood frozen mid-stride, their faces locked in expressions of surprise, fear, and confusion. It was as if time had stopped for them in the middle of their daily routines. The scene was eerie, almost like a photograph capturing a moment. A man with an ice cream cone halfway to his mouth, the creamy treat starting to melt, but never quite completely. His eyes wide open, staring at something unseen, his body rigid and unmoving. A child reaching for a red balloon, the string just out of reach. The balloon itself seemed to defy gravity, hanging in the air as if tethered to an invisible force. The child's face was a mix of joy, forever captured. A woman with her hand outstretched as if hailing a taxi. Her mouth was open, perhaps calling out, but no sound. Her eyes were fixed on something in the distance, her body language suggesting urgency and desperation. They're like statues, Terry whispered, his voice barely audible. What happened to them? His question hung in the air, unanswered, as the surreal scene continued down Sam's spine. He had never seen anything like this before, and the sheer wrongness of it all made his feathers stand on end. It was as if they had stepped into a nightmare. This was wrong, all wrong. The world around them fell off, as if they had crossed into a place where the normal rules of time and space no longer applied. The air was thick with an unsettling energy. He felt a growing sense of dread that he couldn't shake off. Every instinct told him to turn back, to leave this place behind, but something compelled him to stay, to understand what had happened here. The mystery of the frozen people gnawed at him, demanding answers. As they ventured deeper into the bizarre landscape, a new, utterly disgusting smell assaulted their senses. Sam gagged, his eagle nose wrinkling in disgust. What is that stench? His sensitive nose twitching. It smells like rotten cheese and old socks, and maybe a hint of swamp monster breath. The smell was almost unbearable. A sickening sweetness mixed with something putrid. Sam felt a headache building behind his eyes. Whatever it is, it's getting stronger, he muttered, his voice tight, and I don't think it's good. They turned a corner. The buildings around them a bizarre mix of styles, ancient Greek columns next to modern skyscrapers. The city seemed to be a patchwork quilt of different eras and cultures, stitched together, unraveled, and rewoven its threads into this strange tapestry. Victorian mansions beside log cabins. Then, fear making his voice sharp, Terry pointed a trembling ball towards a shimmering portal of swirling colours, tucked between a Gothic cathedral and a Chinese pagoda. The portal seemed alive, its colours shifting, swirling like a living painting. It pulsed with an energy that made the air crackle. Do you think that's how we got here? His voice filled with a mixture of hope and tradition. The portal seemed to beckon, promising answers and escape in equal measure. Sam took a hesitant step forward, his eyes locked on the mesmerizing display. Could this be their way home, or was it another trap in this bewildering world? The air around them felt charged with possibilities, each one more daunting than the last. They exchanged a glance, knowing that whatever lay beyond that portal, it was their only chance to find out. Sam stared at the portal, his gut churned him. The swirling colours seemed to beckon him, promising an escape from the eerie place they were trapped in. But the uncertainty gnawed at him. What if it was a trap? What if stepping through meant facing something even more terrifying than what they were already dealing with? Was it a way out? or just another layer of this bizarre nightmare? The light from the portal cast strange shadows on the wall, a trap leading to something even worse. The hallway behind them was no less inviting, filled with ominous shadows and strange noises that said to find out. Every step forward felt like a step into the unknown. The fear of what lay ahead was almost paralyzing. "We can't stay here," Terry said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his whispers. The underlying fear, whatever that smell is, it's getting worse. The air was thick with a pungent odor that made it hard to breathe, and it seemed to be getting stronger by the minute. And those people, something's not right. They moved in a way that was almost mechanical, their eyes vacant and their expressions blank. It was as if they were under some kind of spell. Sam knew she was right. They couldn't. But the thought of stepping through the portal filled him with dread. What if they were walking into a trap? But every instinct in his body screamed at him to fly away, to escape this nightmare. The urge to run was overwhelming, but there was nowhere to go. But where could they go? The landscape around them was desolate and uninviting, with no clear path to safety. It was as if they were trapped in a never-ending maze. Colors of the portal. He was his only companion in the world, and he couldn't abandon her. They were in this together, whether they liked it or not. The bond between them was unspoken but strong, forged in the fires of their shared ordeal. Trapped in a bizarre world with a smelly mystery and no clear way out, Sam and Terry faced an impossible choice. The weight of the decision pressed down on them, making it hard to think clearly. Stay and face the unknown dangers of this strange place, with its eerie inhabitants and unsettling atmosphere, or risk the portal and whatever lay beyond. The choice was daunting, but they knew they had to make it. Their survival depended on it.
So that was kind of odd. I do admit it, but I do have a thing about the lost of words. I was saying it. That's weird. But the odd things. After Rock, I can do a video in the future about my high school things with Acid Rock, convincing a teacher that Acid Rock is a thing. But besides that, I just have the fascination of the obscure. That was kind of a view into that. I'm not at all abandoning this weird place that Sam and Terry have found themselves into. I'm actually has to deal going back to this mysterious place that Terry and Sam have found themselves into. I just don't think it's right to force things. Saying that, I also haven't forgotten about the cheese. Again, it's just something that hasn't really popped up. If I throw in a cheese thing right now, it will be forced and it will look that way. So I have guilty. I'm kind of in a situation where I'm kind of pushing someone else animals to what's going on. So the fact, instead of trying to figure out what's going on, actually showing reactions of what's going on. Like I said, July 4th I do have plans. I am writing back to sides the reactions, and I do hope you guys are hearing me. Like I said before, I don't have my secondary channel going on to see if everything's going on smoothly. I'm going through blindly, which I don't like doing. I mean, yeah, I do get extra hours when I do watch on the second channel. That's not my insecurity. Yeah, that's the word, insecurity. I like knowing that things are going smoothly. And I love you, chat, but with the internet being the way it is, I'm not 100% sure if I even not met So I'm not 100% sure when the internet kicked me off StreamYard. Luckily, I caught it before StreamYard ended the live. But it says that 3 people watch it. I do appreciate it. What I'm going to do as a thank you to the patients is I'm going to open up a pack. These would probably be retail packs of the 2024-25 OPG. I know I said these are going to be rewards for super chats, but one, I have an urge. Two, people have been patient with me. So, I am actually going to be putting all these cards aside. Now that I know kind of an idea of when to send to current players. So, insert being in the middle, I'll split it. So we have Jasper Pratt. These are this year's OPG. So Jasper Pratt. Every card I'm putting aside Jonathan Quick in the extremely wrong Jonathan Quick playing, I'll go on a little rant here. Jonathan Quick playing on the Rangers is so wrong. Yeah, I don't even want to go into it, but if you know, you know. If you're a hockey fan, you know. Charlie Crick on the Rangers is wrong. Then you have another goalie, Samuel Harrison. Haven't heard of him, but that's probably a good thing for a TTMer. So you have Alexander Barkov, which I do know. Holisey. These are actually pretty good cards. The thing with OPG in the past are they cardboard stock, and that's for TMers at least have been the main thing about it. But they're getting kind of glossy, and they're losing that TTM appeal to it. I have no problem with OPG, but the reason why I love OPG is the whole TTM angle. Hopefully they go back to the loud, cheap way of doing things, so it holds the ink better. Either way, shout Will Vlogs, the Sebastian Aho. Then you have this guy. And you have JJ Moser. You see, I have no cable, so I'm way behind on current players. And last, we have the insert, which is a throwback of a retro, I think they call it, Vincent Trocheck, which these are not what I consider throwbacks. If you're going to give me a throwback, give me a throwback. These are just an extra card. If you want to do throwbacks, do a current player on an old design. Yeah, I may just put my foot in my mouth, but I do not at all remember this design on any other year of OPG. I do remember the team being like that before, but the overall, I think if you're doing a retro, do a retro. Either way, I'm kind of glad I opened it during this live. I might have some possible TTM pre-roll, but yeah. So as you saw, I have to reset myself. StreamYard can't kick me out, so I have to go back and set things up, which is a pain in the butt. But you know what? Technically, and internet-wise, this has been kind of a disaster. But main thing, I'm having fun. So I actually somehow got it up quick. So I'm going to stop my camera, bring up the shared screen again. I don't know when it kicked out. So I'm going to start this video right over again. I think maybe like 10 seconds left into it. So as soon as I'm off the screen, here we go. I will add. I'm doing this as slowly as possible. It's annoying to me, so I appreciate anyone who's sticking with it. Again, I'm watching these things anyway, so why not just do a live about it? To remove my. Why am I up it? Don't get mad. Don't get mad. It's for fun. I know I personally am a perfectionist, so even though I may sound a little frustrated, yeah, I am getting a little frustrated, but I actually am having fun because I am learning things. I am trying to figure out what I can and can't do, and somehow there are 4 people watching. So as I see, there's like 41 seconds that went into this video that is next. So I will start from the beginning. I apologize to anyone who might be going, why are you doing this? But I just want to make sure things are done properly. Now, Jerry's playing to save Toronto is a, if you know, you know. So I'm going to press play now, and hopefully everything goes smoothly.
Toronto, once a bustling metropolis, now a shadow of its former self. The city that never slept now lies in a deep, unending slumber. Its vibrant streets, once filled with the sounds of life, are now eerily silent. Buildings lay in ruins, streets deserted. The echoes of laughter and chatter have been replaced by the haunting silence of desolation. The once towering skyscrapers now stand as mere skeletons of their former glory. An eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional whimper of the wind. The wind carrying with it the memories of a time long gone, whispers through the empty streets, telling tales of what once was. On a crumbling rooftop, a group of animals huddled together, their faces etched with worry. They were the last remnants of a world that had moved on, clinging to each other for comfort and hope.
His emerald eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, were now clouded with concern. The weight of the world seemed to rest on his small shoulders as he looked out over the desolate landscape.
Beside him sat Larry, the orange cat, his massive frame radiating quiet strength. Larry had always been the protector, the one who stood tall in the face of it, chewed on his lip, his brow furrowed with anxiety. He had always been the gentle soul, the one who cared deeply for his friends. Boris, the bear, known for his love of gold and even greater strength, nervously polished his lucky coin. The coin, a symbol of better times, now seemed to offer little comfort. Sandy, the chihuahua, her chef's hat askew, clutched in laughter, now lay forgotten. Her normally cheerful face was pale. The sparkle in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by a look of deep sadness and loss. Toronto was gone. The city that had once been a playground, sanctuary, was now nothing more than a memory, a ghost of its former self.
What are we going to do with them?
Boris rumbled, his voice deep and gruff. He gestured with his head towards a cardboard box nestled in the center of their circle. Inside, 3 tiny figures huddled together, their pink noses twitching. Hickory, Dickory, and Doc, 3 blind mice looking like they were barely old enough to leave their nest, now orphaned and thrust into a world of chaos.
They won't survive on their own.
They can't see the danger.
The weight of their responsibility pressed down on them. The fate of these innocent creatures rested in their paws.
It's all Washington's fault.
Sandy whimpered, her tail tucked between her legs. Washington, the first city to start disappearing. If that didn't happen, none of this would have happened. The world is disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. But it was gone, vanished without a trace. Rumors of his demise swirled through the devastated streets like the dust devils that danced among the rubble. Some whispered of a shadowy figure, a creature of immense power who had snatched Washington from the foundation. Others spoke of a blinding light, a catastrophic event that had ripped through the city, taking Washington and half of Toronto with it. The truth, like Washington itself, remained elusive. "We need to leave," Jerry declared, his voice firm, cutting through the fear and uncertainty that hung heavy in the air. They had faced many challenges before, but this was unlike anything they had ever encountered. He'd always been a cat of action, a leader who faced challenges head on. His bravery had inspired many, and now more than ever, they needed his strength. But even he had never been higher. "But where do we go?" one of the group members asked, their voice tinged with desperation. "Larry," the orange cat asked, his voice a low rumble. "Toronto is gone. The city so many once called home was now a frozen wasteland. Where can we possibly be safe?" The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their predicament. Jerry's emerald eyes glinted with determination. "Alaska," he announced. The words seemed to echo in the cold air, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. "We'll head north, find refuge in the frozen wilderness." It was a bold plan, but it was the best chance. It's remote, dangerous, but it will buy us time. Time to regroup, to gather their strength. Time to regroup, to plan their next move. They needed to understand what had happened, to find a way to survive. Time to figure out what had happened to their city, to their friend. The loss was profound, but they couldn't afford to dwell on it. The idea, as daunting as it seemed, offered a glimmer of hope in the darkness. They would face the frozen north together, and in that unity, they found strength. But what about the mice? They were small, fragile, and utterly unprepared for the harsh realities of the world outside their tiny sanctuary. They couldn't possibly survive the arduous journey to Alaska. The rugged terrain and harsh wilderness would be too much for their tiny bodies to endure. Jerry, but he was determined to find a way to ensure their safety.
"Larry," he called out, addressing his orange friend from years past. He didn't have to speak the words to already hate what he must say. But Boris knew Alaska better than any other, and that only left Larry to protect the mice. Larry, known for his gentle nature and unwavering loyalty, ambled over. He was always ready to help, no matter the task. He still didn't like leaving Jerry, but what other choice did he have?
"We need your help," Jerry continued. His voice was steady, but there was an urgency in his eyes. "These mice, they need protection, a safe haven. They are vulnerable and in desperate need of a guardian. And I know just the place." Jerry's eyes sparkled with determination as he pointed to a distant location on the map. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Africa, a land of vast savannas, and we know of a pride of lions, fierce protectors who take in orphaned and vulnerable creatures. They could be the sanctuary these mice need. Larry, you must take them there. Ensure their safety. It's a long journey, but I believe in you."
Larry, his brow furrowed in concern, dipped his head in agreement. He understood the gravity of the mission. It was a perilous mission, fraught with danger, but he wouldn't let Jerry down. He steeled himself for the challenges ahead. He wouldn't let the mice down. Their tiny lives depended on him, and he was ready to face whatever lay.
The weight of their decision hung heavy in the air. The journey ahead, whether to the frozen north or the scorching savannah, would be fraught with danger.
Are we sure about this? Sandy squeaked, her voice barely a whisper. It's so far, so unknown.
"We have to try," Zach said, his tone firm despite the tremor in his voice. "For Washington, for Toronto, for the mice."
Their eyes met, a silent acknowledgement of the challenges that lay ahead, but also a glimmer of hope. They had a plan, they had each other, and they were determined to survive. With a shared look, a silent vow, they set off. Jerry, the black cat, leading the way, his emerald eyes fixed on the horizon. Behind them, Zach, Boris, and Sandy, each carrying their own burdens, their own hopes.
And in Larry's gentle care, nestled safely in a bed of soft grass, Hickory, Dickory, and Doc, oblivious to the dangers that swirled around them, slept peacefully.
Their future uncertain, but their lives entrusted to the bravest of creatures. The journey to rebuild their lives, to avenge their fallen friends, Sam and Terry, to restore what was lost, had begun. This being the first time ever that 3 cat musketeers have ever been apart from each other. Will they ever be back together? No one wants to think that far ahead.
Okay, so they're not where I'm going with this, but at this point, I'm pretty much know exactly where I want to go with this. I wasn't 100% sure how to bring him back in. I wasn't 100% sure of anything at this point, but opinion to bring people back. The polar bear and etc. I already knew I was bringing back. But why not bring back lions? At the point, I didn't have any kind of names for the lions. I honestly can't remember if I do in the future name the lions. But I do have names for all the lions in the Lion Pride. They will be coming back in more dominant positions. Just I haven't ran them into it. I'm trying to kind of go out of the surreal into the unbelievable. I have said this before in this live that I have not forgotten about the cheese thing. I do have a solid idea of what's going on, but I want to try to keep this as secretive as I can, not to spoil anything or lead you in a way that isn't obvious. Let's just say a character from, I think I would have to look again, but like maybe 4th or 5th episode will come back as that person or that thing will not come back in quite a lot. If you're paying enough attention, make a guess. I may change my mind before I get there, so we'll see. So I'm looking, and this is the this is the one that I bring back, the Lion Pride. Yeah, hopefully the internet doesn't kick me off again. If not, if it does, I think I can recover fast enough.
The cat was a remarkable wide. His unique personality and his gentle nature. He was a handsome ginger cat. With bright green eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Larry was not just clever, he was also very, very kind. He had a special way of making friends with all kinds of animals. He always looked after his special friends.
Go and try pausing it and waiting a couple minutes.
Needed his protection. Larry had a
I want to pause it, so if you want to watch these properly, we can adventure constantly being updated. It's kind of a teaser, I guess.
Made sure they were safe.
So watch.
Bad cheese. These were no ordinary mice. They were quite special. Each one had a unique personality, but with Larry by their side, they felt safe and loved. Their names were Hickory, Dickory, and Dock. Each one had a new special near-death in a field in Toronto. They were scared and hungry, but Larry took them in. Soon they became a little family, a most unusual and loving family, journeying together. They faced many challenges, but always stuck together. They were searching for a safe place to stay because the world around them was no longer safe. Together, they hoped to find a new home where they could be happy and free. The world had become a place of deep mystery, shrouded in the eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. The most peculiar thing was happening everywhere. Great bustling cities were vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only empty shells of what once was. One day, the city would stand tall, full of bright lights and constant noise, a testament to human achievement and progress. The very next day, it would seem to be gone, as if it had never been there, leaving behind a stark reminder of the city's sudden disappearance. Green growing what was once taken by man. The world became very, very quiet, as if holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Larry the cat and his three small mice friends, Hickory, Dickory, and Dock, saw this happen with their own eyes. They were resting near a small town called Oakhaven, a place they had come to love for its tranquility and charm. When they woke in the morning, Oakhaven was not there. The town had vanished overnight. Only green trees and open fields stretched before them, and the surreal and unsettling. Dock terribly scared, their tiny hearts pounding with fear and confusion. Larry was frightened too, but he knew he had to be brave for his friends. He had to find a way to understand what was happening. They needed to find some answers soon before more towns and cities disappeared, and before they too were lost in this strange new world. Larry knew that the task ahead was monumental. The challenges they faced were unlike any they had encountered before. The vast savannah stretched endlessly before them, and the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his small shoulders. They couldn't solve this alone. The mice, Hickory, Dickory, and Dock looked up to Larry with hopeful eyes, trusting him to lead them to safety and answers. Larry felt a surge of determination. He knew he had to be strong. He decided they must find other animals. The savannah was home to many creatures, each with their own wisdom and experiences. Larry believed that somewhere out there, someone would have the knowledge they needed. Perhaps otherwise. The sky above was vast and endless, a reminder of the many possibilities and the vastness of the world. He had heard soft whispers on the wind, stories carried by birds and breezes, tales of great and powerful animals who ruled their domains with wisdom and strength, whispers of great and powerful animals, animals who were known as kings of their domain, the lions. These majestic creatures were said to possess unparalleled knowledge and strength. He remembered from before they were very kind. The times were different, scary. They lived very far away, it was said, across vast open plains under a hot sun. The journey would be long and Larry was determined to reach them. Larry hoped the lions might have the answers they sought. He imagined the wisdom they could share, the guidance they could provide. It was a glimmer of hope in their challenging journey. And so, their long journey. The sun blazed overhead, the ground was hot and dry. But Larry led the way with unwavering determination. Larry was a vigilant protective force. He watched over them day and night, ensuring they were safe from any dangers that lurked in the savannah. He found them berries and seeds to eat. The savannah was a harsh environment, but Larry's keen senses and resourcefulness ensured they never went hungry. He kept them safe from large, swooping birds of prey and shielded them from the cold, dark nights. The bond between Larry and the mice grew tired, but their trust in Larry never wavered. They followed him faithfully, believing in his promise of finding the lion. Then, one bright afternoon, they finally saw him. The sun was high in the sky, casting a golden glow over the landscape. Far away in the distance, golden, tawny shapes of dry grass and vines. The night filled Larry with a mix of awe and apprehension. A large family, a magnificent light. The lions moved with grace and power, their presence commanding respect. Larry's heart beat like a drum. The moment he had been preparing for was finally here, and the weight of it all was almost overwhelmed. He told the mice to stay hidden and wait. He needed to approach the lion to show respect and ensure the safety of his friends. Larry took a deep breath, walked forward slowly and carefully. Each step was measured, with the heart pounding in his chest. He let out a soft, polite meow. It was a gesture of peace, a request for an audience with the kings of the savannah. Larry bravely explained his story to the lions. He spoke of the cities that vanished into thin air. He asked the lions if they knew why these things were happening. The large lioness listened patiently. Then a very old lion began to speak. He was clearly the leader of the pride. His voice was deep and rumbled like the earth. He said that humans were always strange creatures. They built enormous, towering things. They made loud, disruptive noises all the time. Now the humans were gone. The land was quiet, wonderful. Larry thanked the lions for their time. He knew they were not unkind. They simply saw the changing world through different eyes. He gently gathered Hickory, Dickory, and Dock. He told them softly that they must continue their journey. The lions' world, so wild and free, was not their world. They needed to find someone else, someone who cared about all creatures, big and small. Larry remembered old tales, stories he had heard from wise old sailor cats. They spoke of a land very, very far away, a vast land called Australia. Perhaps in that distant land they would have the answers he sought. His great journey to Australia would now begin. Larry looked down at his small, precious friends. They were so completely trusting. They depended on him for their every need, for their safety, for their food, for their comfort. He could not and would not let them down. His journey was not about finding answers to a mystery. It was for them. It was to find them a truly safe place, a place where they could live happily, a place where they would never need to be afraid again. So, with a spark of hope rekindled in his brave heart, and with his three small, trusting friends by his side, Larry the ginger cat set off once more to try to get more help.
So yeah, like I said before, this was a bringing back of, I think I named them. I will be naming them again in the future. That's just a plan of mine. But I think if I read it correctly, we are going into Sly. This is the first time that I actually named Sly. Sly has somehow become one of my, oh, not even one. Sly has somehow become my personal favorite character. Like I said earlier in this live, Sly was originally just supposed to be a Striper, the fox kind of character from Dora the Explorer. And Sly has become so much more in my mind. I think this is the beginning of Sly's story beyond even the Three Cat Adventures. Is a character that I'm personally very intrigued in. It just came out of nowhere, to be completely honest with you. It just came very organically.
Was in his own
So
mind.
now that I started,
A very pointy nose and a super smart brain. Or so he told himself. Every morning he would look at his He lived in a big
sorry about the lag. Again, this was more of a test. I think I was watching these anyway. Pretty much as possible record and see if I can get a couple hours.
Green forest. The trees were tall, the air was fresh, and the streams were clear. It was his kingdom, really. He made the rules. He patrolled his territory with pride. Rule number 1, Sly is awesome. Rule number 2, what Sly wants, Sly gets. Especially shiny yellow gold. Gold was his favorite. He loved the way it sparkled in the sunlight. Sly wasn't just any wolf. He was unique, with a flair for adventure. He was a wolf with plans. Big plans. Most wolves chased rabbits. Boring. Sly chased treasure. He had maps, clues. He had a secret stash hidden deep in the forest where no one could find it. He liked to look at his gold, count his gold, and admire his collection, and roll in his gold. He always wanted more. More gold. The more he had, the happier he felt. Today was a good day for Sly. The sun was shining, birds were singing, the forest was alive with energy. Perfect weather for some collecting. He had a feeling today was special. He stretched his wolfy legs, feeling the muscles ripple under his fur. He grinned his wolfy grin, showing off his sharp teeth. And today he felt extra lucky. The forest was his playground, and he was ready for whatever adventure awaited him. Now let's talk about Mac, Leo, and Mia. They were 3 rabbits, 3 fluffy rabbits, not exactly heroes, but more like triads. Max was the ginger one, a bit round. He liked naps and snacks. Leo was sleek and black. He thought he was smart. He had a tiny map, often upside down. Mia was a calico. She was scared, but she really loved shiny things. These 3 rabbits were Sly's employees. On a big, grand, possibly dangerous adventure, they were searching for gold. The legendary goldfish crackers of El Dorado. Okay, maybe just some regular gold. They had a treasure map drawn by Leo. It had a big X on it. They packed tiny bags. They felt very brave. Sly the wolf watched the 3 cats. He hid behind a very large bush. He chuckled, a low, wolfy chuckle. Tiny, fluffy. They looked so weak, so defensive. One was eating and one looked confused. The other one looked like she might cry. This was too easy. It was almost insulting. But gold was gold. Sly wasn't big. He just wanted the shiny stuff. Sly observed their little treasure. They had found a small bag in the sunlight. Sly's eyes sparkled more than gold, almost twisted. The cats were celebrating, high-fiving with their paws. Silly little things. Sly ran deep into the forest, far from the cats. He was very pleased with himself. Brilliant Sly, he thought. Best wolf ever. He found his favorite hiding spot, a hollow log, very cozy, very secret. He sat down to admire his new treasure. He opened the bag. Gold, beautiful gold. But then something felt odd, a little strange, a tiny bit peculiar. He couldn't quite place it. The forest seemed quieter than usual, too quiet. Where were the annoying birds? Normally they chirped all day long. Sly listened. Nothing, just silence. That was weird. He didn't like weird. He liked things to be normal, predictable, and safe. Just as Sly was convincing himself all was normal, he smelled something strong, something unpleasant. It was a scent that cut through the crisp forest air like a knife. Sly's ears perked up and his eyes darted around, searching for the source of the odor. It was a very, very bad smell, like old socks mixed with rotten eggs. The kind of smell that makes you want to hold your breath and run in the opposite direction, and a hint of something truly terrible. Something that made Sly's fur stand on end. It was as if the forest itself was warning him to stay away. Sly wrinkled his pointy nose. He couldn't believe how awful it was. It was like nothing he had ever smelled before. Pete, what was that awful stench? It wasn't him. He was sure of that. He'd been careful to stay clean. He'd had a bath last month-ish. He had even rolled in some fresh grass just the other day. This was a new level of stink. The smell got stronger. Oh, it was bad. It was like the forest was hiding a terrible secret. It smelled like rotten cheese, the kind that makes your eyes water and your stomach churn. Yes, like cheese that had gone on a very long, bad vacation, and then decided to come back and haunt the forest. It was as if the cheese had a life of its own, spreading its foul odor everywhere. Sly had smelled bad cheese before, but this was something else entirely. Jerry the cat often had some. But even Jerry's cheese wasn't this bad. But this was epic rotten cheese smell. Champion level rotten cheese. The kind that could win awards for being the worst. Where was it coming from? He sniffed left, he sniffed right. He couldn't pinpoint the source. It seemed to be everywhere and nowhere. The mystery of the stinky cheese ghost had just begun. Sly decided to ignore the terrible smell. He was a wolf of focus, a wolf of strong will. He would focus on his goal, his beautiful goal. He turned back to his pile of shiny coins. He reached out a paw to touch them, to feel their lovely, cold, metallic goodness. But his paw touched nothing, just the rough floor of the hollow log. He blinked. Once, twice. Where was his gold? He looked again, more carefully this time. The gold was gone, vanished, poof. Just moments ago, it was right there, a lovely pile of gleaming coins. Now, nothing, nada, zilch, not even a tiny speck of gold dust. Sly's jaw dropped. Sly was now a wolf on a mission that consumed his every thought and action. A very important gold retrieval mission. His mind raced. Who took it? Where did it go? Was it those cats? They were always up to something. No, they were too far away, too weak. They couldn't have pulled this off. Was it the stinky cheese ghost? Possibly. Ghosts were tricky and apparently liked gold and smelled terrible. What a combination. Sly didn't care. He had to find out. He would find that ghost. He would track it down no matter what. He would get his gold back. Nothing else mattered. Absolutely nothing. Not the eerie silence, not the lack of birds. The forest outside was still eerily silent. No birds, no chirping, no fluttering wings, no rustling leaves from small animals. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. It was like the whole world had pressed mute. Sly didn't notice it. Or maybe he did, or if he did, he didn't care. His focus was unbreakable. His ears were tuned for the jingle of coins. Every little sound was scrutinized. His nose was trying to sniff past the cheese for a gold scent. His gold even scented. Sly wasn't sure, but he was determined to find out. But he wasn't anyway. Desperate times, desperate measures. Sly would not rest until he had his gold back.
So yeah, we are actually almost up to date on the Three Cat Adventures. I'm keeping a close eye. I'm pretty sure this is the last one that is public. I have to double check really quickly, but if that is the case and you're still watching, you will be rewarded with a card pack opening. Yes. Before I start with the previews, I guess, or sneak peeks, or what, spoilers even, whatever you want to call it. We'll open up the second pack of this year's OP Cheap. Like I said, I have become really interested in this Sly character myself. At this point, I did go into a bit of a low on, okay, let me reword that. Before this, I did go into a bit of a low on views and motivation, internet busyness of real life, that kind of stuff, blah, blah, blah. The point is, I feel personally, this is when the videos really kicked up to the next level, to almost professional. I learned a few things, and you may see that.
Sly the wolf lived in the vast Yukon.
Buffering. Wish I had the connection. I'll find one.
It was a land of tall trees and snowy peaks. With a twinkle in his eye, he had one very big secret, a very shiny secret. But indeed, he loved gold more than anything in the whole world. Sly wasn't like the other wolves who hunted for caribou. He would watch the smaller animals, the squirrels and the marmots. Sometimes they found little bits of shiny gold. Sly, being very clever and a little bit naughty, would find ways to borrow this gold. He thought it looked much better in his collection, you see. His collection was hidden in a special place. It was a cozy hollow beneath the roots of an old spruce tree. Inside, the gold glowed warm, even on the coldest. Sly would spend hours just looking at it. He would count it and polish it with his soft fur. He felt like the richest wolf in the world, and it was a wonderful feeling. One bright morning, the sun peeked over the mountains. Sly woke up with a happy stretch. Today was a perfect day to visit his goal. He trotted along his secret path, his tail wagging. He hummed a little wolfy tune to himself. He imagined the lovely gleam of his treasure. He reached the old spruce tree, his special tree. He wriggled his way down into the cozy hollow, but then Sly's nose twitched. Something was different. Where was the warm glow? Where was the happy sparkles? His heart began to beat a little faster. He sniffed the air. It smelt of damp earth and pine needles, but not of his lovely gold. Sly poked his snout further into the hollow. It was empty, completely, utterly empty. His beautiful gold, his precious nuggets, his shiny flesh, his gold. A terrible feeling. It was a cold empty, much like the hollow itself. The shiny secret was gone, and Sly felt a great big emptiness inside. Sly paced back and forth in front of the empty hollow. Who would dare to take his gold? He thought of all the animals in his part of the Yukon. The squirrels were too busy with nuts. The rabbits were too timid. The bears were interested in berries, not shiny. It was a real puzzle, a very frustrating puzzle. He sniffed around the spruce tree for clues. He found a few scattered pine needles and a tiny, unfamiliar feather. Just then, he heard chattering from a nearby aspen. Two little squirrels were gossiping excitedly. "Did you hear?" squeaked one. "Someone found a whole pile of shiny stuff. They say it's heading all the way to Vancouver." Vancouver? Could his gold be in Vancouver? It was a big city, far to the south. A new idea sparked in Sly's clever mind. If his gold was in Vancouver, then he would go to Vancouver. He would pack a small bundle of berries for the trip. Vancouver, he thought. Here I come. Sly began his journey the very next morning. The air was crisp and cool as he left his familiar Yukon forest behind. He traveled south, keeping the sun on his left shoulder in the morning. The first day was through forests much like his own, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. He missed his cozy den, and the thought of his missing gold made his paws fade. But then he would remember its shine, and his steps would quicken. On the second day, the trees began to change. They were different kinds, with broader leaves. The mountains in the distance looked a little softer, less jagged than his Yukon peaks. He met a family of beavers building a dam. They looked at him curiously, but Sly just nodded politely. He was too focused on Vancouver and his lost treasure to stop for a long chat. The third and fourth days were a blur of walking. His paws ached a little, but Sly was a strong wolf. He crossed rushing rivers, carefully picking his way over slippery stones. He quickened his pace, his heart filled with hope and determination. Sly finally arrived at the edge of what should have been a bustling city. But Vancouver looked very strange. He had heard stories from migrating birds about tall, shiny buildings that scraped the sky. Instead, many of the big buildings were gone. Some were just piles of rubble with weeds growing out of them. The air was quiet, too quiet for a big city. Sly tilted his head, puzzled. This was not the Vancouver he had mind at all. He wandered cautiously through the changed streets. He saw a few other animals looking a bit lost and confused themselves. Then he saw a very large grizzly bear sitting near what looked like the remains of a park. The bear had kind eyes and a thoughtful expression. Sly approached him carefully. "Excuse me, Mr. Bear," Sly said politely. "I am Sly from the Yukon. I'm looking for something very important that's brought me." The grizzly bear looked at Sly and sighed. "Welcome to Vancouver, little wolf. What's left of you?" The bear rumbled, his voice deep. "My name is Barnaby. Things are not as they once were." Barnaby gestured with a large paw towards a crumbled structure that must have once been a library. We've had a bit of a shake-up, you might say. Sly nodded politely as Barnaby the grizzly bear spoke of the city's troubles. He understood that missing buildings and finding food were very big problems. He truly did. He could see the worry in Barnaby's kind eyes. Any other time, Sly might have offered to help, perhaps using his cleverness to find new berry patches or safe dens. He was a resourceful wolf after all, but right now there was something far more pressing, something far more shiny, occupying his every thought. His gold. That sounds very difficult, Mr. Barnaby, Sly said, trying to be sympathetic. It is a shame about your tall buildings. They must have been very grand to see. He paused, then added, you see, my gold is not just any trinket. It is very special. It's the most beautiful gold in all the world, and it was stolen from me. I've traveled all the way from the Yukon to find it. It is a matter of great importance to me, the greatest of them all. Barnaby looked at Sly, a faint smile playing on his muzzle. He seemed to understand the little wolf's single-mindedness. Even if he thought it was a bit misplaced, given the circumstances. Gold, said Barnaby. Well, I haven't seen any piles of gold. Barnaby the grizzly bear shook his great head slowly. I cannot help you with your gold, little wolf from the Yukon, he said, his voice gentle but firm. My concerns are for the well-being of the creatures who call this changed city home. We must work together to rebuild, to find new ways. Your quest for shiny stones seems a small thing in the face of all this. He gestured again to the broken landscape, the toppled structures, and the quiet, empty spaces where life once bustled. Sly listened, but his resolve did not waver one bit. He understood Barnaby's point of view. For the bear, the city's survival was paramount, but for Sly, its gold was his world. It represented his triumph, his cleverness, his unique passion. Thank you for your time, Mr. Barnaby, Sly said, tipping his head respectfully. I understand your worries, but my gold is out there somewhere in this city, and I must find it. It is my quest, and I will not give up, not now, not ever. With a determined flick of his tail, Sly turned and trotted away a wide old grizzly bear. The changed city of Vancouver spread out before him. A maze of unfamiliar paths and strange new sights. His adventure was far from over.
So I don't think I paused that properly. With this one coming up, is actually the one that either is just about to come out or the one that just came out. I'm pretty sure this is actually, I'm like 99.9% sure this one is the one that just came out. So I'm going to pause it, talk to you guys for a little bit. I at 9:41 just started getting an appetite for my supper. I want to have fun with the supper that I made, and as soon as I figure out, I feel confident that I pause it, I will actually show you what I had. It doesn't look like much, but it was fun to make. So let's see if I can start my cam without completely screwing everything up. Patience again. We are just over 4 hours long. I do appreciate anybody watching. This is a combination of two different things that I like making. I know that the family likes their rice and ground beef with bacon spices. Something that I enjoyed making years and years and years ago with my ex-wife was chicken with rice. So I'm going to see if I can do this. So yeah, you can see it. I decided to mix the two. So you have your ground beef with rice and your chicken with rice. So a mixture of many decades of cooking. And then I just threw on some barbecue sauce. So that's what I'm having for a very late supper. Again, like anything I do, planning is something for important things. And if I don't have to plan for it, I'm not going to. I think the best things in life come unplanned. So I'm going to try to stop my. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to first put this on big screen. Play the. I think we're at the last 4 videos, and you know what? That's up. I'm going to stop the cam, and I'm going to press play. Now this, before excuse me, I have the hiccups. Before I actually press play, these next few, maybe not this one coming up, but definitely the next 3, I know exactly what I'm doing with these. Finally, after like 18 episodes, I'm very confident with the program that I'm using now, that I know the limitations, I know how to fix things, I know how to type things. I'm just more confident overall. At this point, I know where I'm going. So I'm just, this is a point where here's how I'm going to say it. This episode that you're about to watch is the point where this is just for fun, to me actually knowing where I'm going with this and actually having directions with this and actually wanting these to look more than just for fun. So before I just keep on rambling, let's just press play and watch.
Join myself and JD delay in fighting chomos and other bad thing by shopping at Convict Clothing. There are some amazing cloths for all at great prices. Nationwide free shipping for any order over $50. Just use the keyword autograph for a discount. And while you are shopping, also check out my store and perhaps become a member for only 99 cents. Both stores' links are in the description. Back to the video.
Wait, I almost forgot. This was my first. This was my first sponsored
In Alaska.
3-cat adventure.
He only loved gold. Every day he snuck into other animals' homes, stealing coins, watches, even a gold tooth. His secret hoard grew, hidden deep underground. Sly spent his days counting, polishing, and whispering to his treasure. You are my friend. You are my family. The other animals called him a thief, but Sly didn't care. Their words were just noise. His gold was all he needed. He dreamed of mountains and rivers of gold, waking with a sly smile, comforted by his staff. His den was cold and bare, but Sly didn't mind. He curled up on his pile of coins, sharp edges pressing into his fur. It wasn't comfortable, but it was his. This was the life he chose, guarding his precious stolen hoard. He believed nothing could touch his happiness as long as he had his gold. The world outside was unimportant. Sly's only music was the clink of coins. He thought ownership was the greatest feeling a creature could know. He was content in his metallic nest, convinced his happiness was secure. The den was dark and cold, but the gold's shine was enough for him. Sly's world was small, but he believed it was perfect. He never imagined anything could change, but change was coming faster than he could ever expect. Sly's story was about to begin in earnest, and it would start with a loss he never saw coming.
One morning, sunlight crept into Sly's den. Sly stretched, ready to greet his treasure, but the gold was gone. The spot where his hoard should be was empty, just bare earth. Not a single coin remained. Sly's heart pounded. He dug frantically but found nothing. His treasure, his only friend, was gone. A howl of despair echoed through the forest. "Someone has stolen my gold!" he cried. The greatest thief had been robbed. Panic took over. He rushed outside, blind to everything but his loss. He didn't notice the city's strange silence or the missing building on the skyline. Sly's mind was consumed. Who could have done this? He vowed not to rest until his gold was found. The world could fall apart. He only cared about his treasure. Sly's cold heart felt like it was breaking. The world seemed gray and empty without his hoard. Nothing else mattered. Only gold had value, and his was gone. He would travel to the ends of the earth to get it back. His obsession burned brighter than ever. Sly's desperate search was about to begin. Sly wasted no time. His quest began at once. He ran south to Vancouver, then east, driven by rage and need. He didn't rest or hunt. Hunger for gold was all he felt. Across prairies and forests, he questioned every animal he met. "Have you seen my gold?" he barked at a gopher. "No, but the big tower in Calgary vanished overnight," the gopher replied. Sly growled. He didn't care about towers, only his gold. In Ontario, a moose told him, "A whole section of Toronto disappeared. The humans are panicking." Sly stamped his foot. "Humans, buildings, who cares? My gold is what matters." In the Maritimes, a beaver chattered about a missing bridge. Geese honked about abandoned farms. No one knew about his treasure. Sly's loss was invisible to the world. He felt more alone with every step. The animals were obsessed with human problems, not his. Sly's journey became lonelier. His mission misunderstood. He pressed on, isolated and desperate. The world seemed indifferent to his pain. Sly was a lone wolf, chasing a dream no one else valued. But something bigger was happening, just out of his sight, and Sly was about to stumble into it. The farther Sly traveled, the more confused he became. No one recognized his name or cared about his gold. "Are you from around here?" a squirrel asked, unimpressed. Sly described his treasure, but animals only talked about vanished human places. "That's nice, but a whole market disappeared," a fox said. Sly snarled. What did a market matter compared to his loss? Every conversation fears. He felt like an outsider, his priorities alien to everyone he met. Sly couldn't see the bigger picture. He only saw his empty den. The world's worries were not his, at least not yet. Sly's confusion came from his past in Alaska. There, everyone knew everyone. News traveled fast. A theft like his would have been the talk of the valley. He expected the same everywhere, but Canada was too vast. Animals were strangers, their lives disconnected. Sly's reputation meant nothing here. He felt small and insignificant, a shock to his pride. He wasn't just searching for gold. He was searching for a world that made sense. The animals weren't unhelpful. They just lived in a different reality. Sly was a small-town wolf lost in a big, strange world. He couldn't see that their fears were bigger than his own, but soon he would have to. Sly reached the edge of the continent, a lonely beach in Newfoundland. Exhausted and defeated, he stared at the Atlantic, heart as empty as his den. Suddenly, a hammerhead shark appeared in the surf. "You have traveled far, wolf," the shark rumbled. "Your heart is heavy with yellow sorrow." Sly nodded, too tired to be afraid. "You search for lost treasure, but you're blind to the real loss," the shark said. "Look around, the world is changing, things are disappearing. Humans are afraid, and when they're afraid, the world suffers." Sly protested. "My gold is what matters." The shark shook its head. "Your gold is a memory. Your old ways, hoarding, taking, are useless now. The world needs help, not another thief." With a flick of its tail, the shark vanished into the deep. Sly sat in the cold sand, the shark's words echoing in his mind. For the first time, he wondered if he'd been blind. The world's loss was bigger than his own. Sly felt the truth settling in, heavy as the ocean. He realized he had to change. The waves whispered the shark's wisdom. Sly listened, and he began to understand. Sly looked at his paws, caked with the dirt of a dozen provinces. He remembered the animals' worried faces, their talk of missing places. Maybe his gold wasn't the most important thing after all. The shark's words echoed. "Things are getting scarier every day."
Sly felt a new fear for the world, not just himself. He stood up, a changed wolf. I will help, he vowed. His journey back west would be for others, not for gold. He would listen, offer his strength, and try to make a difference. But change is hard. As he walked, he spotted a golden locket in the sand. The old urge to steal flared up, but Sly forced himself to walk away. The path of selflessness would be a struggle, but Sly was ready to try.
So yeah, I just finished my supper, so whatever. This is what I mean by the complications of Sly's personality changing. I'm loving it. I'm finding it very intriguing. Hammerhead shark. I haven't decided. Excuse me, hiccups. I haven't decided if I'm actually going to bring that shark back in physical form. But either way, if I do, if I don't, his words will echo through Sly's head throughout at least this part of the three cat adventures. So, by the way, I am using StreamYard, struggling with it. So, yeah, I think, this will be the first one that you watch that is actually not public. We have 3 more videos to watch. These are 100% previews.
Paws sinking into new rain-soaked earth. The air was thick with pine and possibility. He howled, announcing himself to the wild. Sly watched a moose in a lake, beavers at work, and geese overhead. Each animal a nation, each encounter a lesson in belonging. He ran with bison, glimpsed grizzlies and lynx, and felt a kinship deeper than territory. This land was a sanctuary, and Sly felt a fierce urge to protect it. It wasn't just about his survival anymore, it was about theirs. The wild called for guardians, not just wanderers. Sly realized he'd found a cause worth fighting for. He didn't know what threat loomed, but he knew he'd stand with these creatures. His true adventure was just beginning. Rumors swept through the forest. Human things were vanishing. Sly heard tales of a great white building, the White House, gone overnight. He questioned a magpie who confirmed the panic. Bridges, towers, all disappearing. The animals felt unease. If the human world could crumble, what did that mean for theirs? Sly pondered the implications. Humans had always been a threat, but also a source of stability. Now, chaos threatened both worlds. The animals deserved safety, and if humans couldn't provide it, maybe it was time for the wild to take charge. A bold idea began to form. Sly reached Newfoundland's rugged, windswept coast, his paws crunching over the jagged stones as the salty air filled his lungs. Here, where the dense, ancient forest met the endless blue of the sea, the world felt both wild and fragile. In a quiet cove, Sly encountered Finn, a massive shark who had ventured into the shallows, curious about the creatures who roamed the land. Finn spoke in a deep, rumbling voice about the world breaking apart, about the changes he'd seen beneath the waves. Sly, feeling a pang of guilt, admitted his old fascination with the shiny treasures left behind by humans. Finn scoffed, his tail flicking. Gold and trinkets are used to us. The true treasure is the world itself, clean water, balance, and the miracle of life. Sly was struck by the shark's wisdom, realizing how much he'd overlooked in his pursuit of glittering things. He looked at the faded trinkets scattered along the shore, relics of a world humans had built and now seemed to be losing. Finn warned him, don't make their mistake. Fight for the real treasure, the land, the water, the creatures who call it home. Sly gazed out over the vast ocean and the endless forest, a new understanding dawning within him. His purpose wasn't to gather loot, but to protect the world's wild beauty. The lesson was clear. True wealth was the world itself, and it was worth every effort to defend. Sly's priorities shifted in that moment. With a heart full of new resolve, he turned from the coast, leaving behind the lure of gold for something far greater, The wild needed defenders, creatures willing to stand up for the land, the water, and all who lived there, not looters chasing after empty riches. Sly would fight for the world, for the wild places and the life they held, not for gold, but for a future worth living. And inland, determined to act. The human world was collapsing. The animals needed order now. He envisioned a mighty Canadian animal army, strength and unity as their shield. Sly recruited Boris the Grizzly, appealing to his love of action. We must unite, form an army, and protect our home, Sly declared. Boris agreed, drawn by the promise of direct action. Sly's message was simple. Gather the strongest, impose order, and act before chaos consumed all. He recruited wolves, bison, and more, demanding allegiance, not debate. The plan was forceful, urgent, and left no room for hesitation. Sly was building an army, and in an army you followed order. Time for patience. Wild would answer chaos with strength. Sly's campaign had begun. Sly's call for strength resonated with the wilderness's giants. Moose, bison, grizzlies, and cougars rallied, eager for action. Alistair the moose pledged his herd's muscle, while Kale the cougar saw a chance for dominance. Caribou and rival wolves joined, drawn by Sly's certainty. The big beasts gathered in a rocky mountain valley, the ground trembling beneath their weight. They believed their power could restore order. For the first time, they felt in control of their destiny. The air buzzed with anticipation. They were the architects of a new age. Their claws, teeth, and antlers would shape the future. The age of animal authority was at hand. In the hush of the ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through thick branches, the smallest animals gathered in secret. Squeaky the mouse, Chatter the squirrel, and Beatrice the wise beaver. They huddled close beneath the tangled roots, their hearts pounding with worry. Sly's army, growing larger and bolder each day, filled them with dread, not hope. The world they knew seemed to be unraveling, and the shadows felt longer than ever before. Squeaky's voice trembled as he whispered, "What happens after the first charge? What if we can't stop them? We don't even know why the world is breaking apart." The others nodded, their eyes wide with fear. Chatter, always quick to speak, agreed. Force smashes everything. It's easy to destroy, but so hard to fix what's broken. Understanding, not just strength, Chatter insisted, his tail flicking with anxiety. If we only fight back, we become just like them. Beatrice, older and wiser than the rest, listened carefully before she spoke. Sly's heart is noble, but fear drives his plan. He wants to protect us, but he's blinded by worry. We survive by building, not breaking, she counseled, her voice calm and steady. We must find another way. The small animals exchanged determined glances. In that moment, they formed a secret alliance, bound by hope and a shared desire for peace. Their mission was clear: investigate the disappearances, seek a peaceful solution, and prepare for the worst if it came. They would use stealth, knowledge, and cooperation, moving quietly through the undergrowth, always alert for danger. Open defiance was too risky, but quiet action could make a difference. They would gather clues, share what they learned, and help each other stay safe. They would not let fear rule their response. Instead, they would rely on their wits, their bonds, and their courage. The small and wise would seek the truth even if their path was hidden and uncertain. Their resolve was strong, and together they would face whatever came next. In the heart of the forest, the smallest creatures carried the greatest hope. The forest had more than one kind of strength, and sometimes wisdom and unity could outshine even the mightiest force. Their story was just beginning. The forest watched, waiting to see what the small and the wise would do next. The wilderness was divided. Sly's army drilled in the mountains, their howls echoing through the cold air as they prepared for the unknown. The big animals, bears, elk, and wolves, stood together, united by strength, but separated by uncertainty. Meanwhile, the small animals worked in secret, darting through the undergrowth, sharing whispers and plans beneath the ferns and fallen logs, their movements almost invisible to the untrained eye. The big beasts prepared for war, their massive forms moving in formation across the rugged landscape, every muscle tensed for the coming storm. Their power was undeniable, but their purpose was clouded by doubt. Some wondered if they were truly doing the right thing, or if they were being led astray by fear. Sly, standing apart from his followers, wondered if violence was the only answer. Finn's words haunted him. echoing in his mind like a distant thunder. Meanwhile, Squeaky, Chatter, and Beatrice gathered clues, piecing together secrets from the shadows, always alert for danger. They built a network of spies and thinkers, sharing information and ideas, hoping to outsmart brute force with cleverness and unity. Tension simmered in the air. Each side believed they were saving the world, but neither could see the other's truth. The big animals saw the small as cowards, hiding from the fight, unwilling to face danger head on. The small saw the big as reckless, charging forward without thinking, risking everything for pride and power. Both wanted to protect their homes, but their methods clashed, and neither side was willing to back down. The forest held its breath, the ancient trees standing silent witness to the growing divide. All waited to see which path would prevail, war or wisdom, strength or strategy. Sly stood on a ridge, gazing out over the land he loved, feeling the weight of every decision pressing down on his shoulders. The burden of leadership and uncertainty was heavy, and he knew that every choice would shape the fate of the wild. He thought of the missing White House, the shark's warning, and the divided kingdom. The future was uncertain, and the stakes had never been higher. The soul of the wild hung in the balance, every creature waiting for the next move. The next move would decide everything, and the fate of the forest rested on a single uncertain step forward.
Join myself and JD Delay in fighting Chomos and other bad thing by shopping at nationwide free shipping for any order over $50. Just use the keyword autograph or a discount. And while you are shopping, also check out my store and perhaps become a member for only 99 cents. Both stores are in the description. Back to the video.
So yeah, I decided to make a sandwich. I think this will be the last video coming out when it's live. I'm running out of energy. Either way, I will finish watching this one video at least. At the end of the video, I have decided to open up another pack of like my second pack of OPG. For those people watching still live, and if you happen to be watching on replay live, pack of OPG. This year's OPG will be opened. So as we're buffing, I just decided to make myself a sandwich, eat a sandwich. I've been up since like 5 a.m. Eastern time. And I went to bed around 11. It sounds like a bad thing, but it's normal for me. But yeah, this is going to be the last video that I'm going to be playing on this live. And I'll open up this last pack of OPG to play. I'm hoping it does. This one is my Canada special. I'll try to give it a little bit more time. I might change my plans last second. There you go. Maybe.
In the vibrant city of Vancouver, a strange and unsettling rumor began to drift on the wind, carried on the breeze through the towering skyscrapers and into the lush greenery of Stanley Park. This rumor wasn't whispered among humans, engrossed in their daily lives, but rather it spread through the intricate network of the animal kingdom residing within Stanley Park. The squirrels, the birds, the raccoons, all were abuzz with the same peculiar news. The city's human inhabitants were vanishing, one by one, their familiar routines dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The bustling streets grew eerily quiet. The crowded sidewalks became deserted, and a strange stillness settled over the urban landscape. And the local wildlife, attuned to the subtle shifts in their environment, couldn't help but notice the unsettling change. They sensed the absence, the void left by the disappearing humans. Among them was Jerry, a sharp-minded and resourceful black cat, known throughout the city as the leader of the legendary Three Cat Musketeers. He possessed an intelligence that set him apart, and a keen sense of observation. From his vantage point on his wrought iron balcony in the Yukon, Jerry watched with growing concern. He observed as the vibrant city, once teeming with life, grew quieter and more desolate each passing day. Whispers, carried on the wings of sparrows, and the chattering of squirrels reached Jerry's ears. These whispers spoke of a growing unease, a palpable sense of dread that permeated the park. But the most troubling and significant news came from a frantic raccoon, his voice filled with urgency and fear. The raccoon reported that a wolf, known as Sly, was gathering the region's largest and most formidable animals for an unknown purpose. Bears, majestic moose, and soaring eagles were all answering Sly's call. They were joining him deep within the dense and mysterious rainforest, far from the prying eyes of the city. Together, they were forming a powerful coalition, a force to be reckoned with. This news sent a wave of anxiety rippling through the smaller creatures of Stanley Park. Was this gathering a sign of a potential takeover? A shift in the balance of power? Jerry, ever the guardian of balance and protector of the...
So yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so I think I got it now. Like I kind of warned you guys, I'm running completely out of energy, been up since 5 a.m. So I did promise for those people watching live and on replay this long, I will open up the second pack of this year's OPG. And then calling it a night. Yeah, I was going end it with a silent live, but no, I'm not even going to do that. So, second, couple last cards to the end is the insert. So we are going to start with the Marquis Wiki of Logan Mailbox. Like I said on the other pack of this, OPG I never have high hopes for OPG now that it's owned by Upper Deck. But the saving grace to this set was always the mat and how good it was for autographs. Photos are still very bright. So, and it's not like overly glossy, but it's a slippery soap, whatever. Cam Atkinson. Robert Thompson. And we're already doing much better because of a PC of Andrei Kuzmachko. Obviously, you can see why it's a PC, because it's a plane. Yeah. And we have a Brendan Montandor. And like I said in the first pack, I will put these aside just in case. And you have Dylan DeMel. For lateness and space, these are still great cards to be signed. So, yeah. Then we have Steven Stamkos. I know I keep on mispronouncing his name, but my mouth just won't let me say it properly. And now we have an actual insert variant. Michael Armangio on the blue. And I'm just looking, and I actually kind of got the idea from Allure. They actually are labeling their variants. Which people always say is nice. So, yeah. So, like I said, all these cards will be put aside for possible TTMs. Obviously, the Andre will be put directly into my PC. Anyway, we're almost at 5 hours, so hope you enjoyed. Like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, keep on collecting. Bye.